City of London is situated on traditional lands of the Anishinaabe, the Haudenosaunee, Lenape-Pewak, and Attawandaron peoples, and we honor and respect the history, culture, and languages of the diverse Indigenous people who call this territory home. London is currently home to many First Nations, Métis, and Inuit peoples, and as representatives of the people of the City of London, we're grateful to have the opportunity to live and work in this territory. The City of London is also committed to making every effort to provide alternate formats and communication supports for meetings upon request. And to make a request specific to this meeting, please contact sppc@london.ca or phone 519-661-2489, extension 2425. Colleagues, I'm going to begin by looking for any disclosures of pecuniary interest. Seeing none, we will move on to the consent agenda. I do want to start by advising colleagues, there was a request for delegation status from Ms. Malley of the Downtown London Business Association. I did reach out to Ms. Malley with regard to this. It's not usual to have delegations on consent items, and in discussions with her, we agreed that perhaps the best route forward would be to refer her request to delegation to the future SPPC meeting, at which the quick start action items that are referenced in item 2.2 of the initiation of the Downtown Master Plan project are brought back in Q1 of 2025 so that she can offer her comments to us on those quick start items at that time. That was agreeable with her, and so that's how we're going to handle the delegation request. Is there will be a motion the clerks have to refer that, and I'm going to look just now for a motion on the consent items, and then I will look for a motion to refer the delegation at the same time. Councillor Ferreira, Councillor Hopkins, and you're willing to move and second both the consent agenda with the referral included? I'm seeing nods from both of you. Thank you for that. So with that moved and seconded, we will look for any discussion on items 2.1 and 2.2 on the consent agenda. Councillor Hopkins.
If I can go to the councillor first.
Councillor Ferreira.
Thank you, Chair. So yeah, I want to comment on 2.2, the initiation of the Downtown Master Plan. And I just want to say, I'm happy that we're at this stage, and we're really taking our stake in the revitalization of downtown. I would like to just add that, we're in new times, we have effects that are lingering from the pandemic. We have some areas that have permanently changed in our society, like working from home with our health and homelessness struggles, housing costs, the cost of doing business, and the way, we speak to each other. And all these things have changed, and not always for the good, but some things for the good. And we still also have things that are still changing. And it's very evident to me that how we operate the core needs some updating. So I'm happy that we have this comprehensive plan, or this direction for a comprehensive plan. Detailing steps for the revitalization of our core, I think, is very important. And I'm hoping that we all can come together and take our stake with this development. But I do also understand that will require some time, and that would also require continued leadership from this council and from the next, looking at the schedule of the report and with the development of the Downtown Master Plan. So, as one of London's most pressing issues, we all understand that we require immediate action now, and I'm very happy to see that was in the quick start part in phase 1 that's going to be coming back to Q1 2025. And I've had many conversations with staff on this, so I do appreciate the time that you've given me with this, and I am looking forward to the quick start actions coming in the first quarter of 2025. So I guess I'll keep my comments kind of concise and brief, and I'll just keep them right there, but I am looking really forward to it. I do appreciate the work that staff has done with me up to this point. I appreciate, I guess, you dealing with me, so I will turn it down a little bit, and I'm very excited to see what's going to be coming for Q1. I do know that we have a lot of work coming ahead of us, but I do see the prioritization from staff on this, so I appreciate that a lot. So I'm just hoping that everybody supports this, and I'm looking really forward to seeing what comes in the near future. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ferreira. Councillor Hopkins, I have you next, and then Councillor Pribble.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'd like to make a quick comment and maybe a quick question to staff for you on 2.2, which is the Downtown Master Plan project. So pleased that this project is in front of us to receive and start the terms of reference. I was really pleased to see the community reach out and all the adits on the importance of this plan going forward. So with that, I'd just like to say I've been around a long time, and when we develop, especially the Downtown Master Plan, it does take a while. I do think that it is quite urgent as well that we start to do something and make some decisions, so and take advantage of some low-hanging fruit, and maybe through you to staff, if staff can give me an understanding that there are ways to do that as we go through the process.
Well, let's go to Mr. Mathers first, and then we'll hand it over to whomever might be appropriate.
Through the chair, absolutely. That's one of the reasons why we incorporated this quick start. Like, if there's good ideas, we've had so much consultation over the last couple of years with some of the key folks in the downtown, so let's bring some of those things forward as quickly as we can. So that's why we have this quick start. I'll throw it off to Mike here. He'll be doing the lead on the staff perspective, and he has some thoughts as well to be able to add.
Thank you. Through the chair. So, like as Mr. Mathers mentioned, we've had a lot of consultation with the downtown community as of late. In the recent years, we understand that there are certain conditions that we need to address in order to set the stage so that the development of the master plan has the best chance of success as we look to implement it. The report in January in Q1 2025 will include a list of strategic quick start actions that we have identified and that the community has identified that need to be addressed, and we will outline some of the operational matters with regards to those quick start actions and present them before council for your consideration as we move through the development of this. I'd also like to highlight that at the completion of phase 1, which is expected in Q4 2025, we will include a summary of those quick start actions. It's kind of a formal documentation of the past, present, and future of the quick start actions, given that the overall timeline of development for this entire project will take us well into 2026.
Thank you, Mr. McCauley, and Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, thank you. I'm really excited to know that this could be coming to us. I heard January, but I'm not going to keep it to January, but the first quarter, I think, is really, really important to see if we can get some streamlining done as soon as possible. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hopkins. We'll go to Councillor Pribble next.
Thank you, and I would like to make a comment that thank you, by the way, for this work, and I do think that in terms of the strategy and looking in the future that it is the right path we are. Having said that, when I look at the timelines, and I know there were certain initiatives that will be sooner, but I just want to reiterate, these timelines are great if you are doing well in something and you are looking to improve. But we are not in that situation. Downtown London is not in that situation, so I'm truly hoping that the initiatives that are going to come through, we need to take actions, and we got to deliver on those sooner than kind of the first ones in Q4 2025. We will not go too far. So please keep that close to your heart, that even though we agree with this, and I believe, or certainly I will be supporting it, I hope my colleagues as well, but again, this is not the path that's going to get us quickly out of where we are. So let's please take this to our heart, and let's address these actions as soon as possible. I know, for example, Downtown London BIA, they have a strategic plan 21 to 25, and there are some good initiatives as well, which should be revisited, and there's no need to wait for these phases to come into fruition. So thank you very much, and no more comments. Actually,
thank you.
Sorry, Chair. I just wanted to give an opportunity because I saw some nodding, but give an opportunity to the staff if they wanted to respond in any way.
Thank you, Councillor Pribble. Mr. McCauley or Mr. Mathers, did you have anything to add to that?
Through the chair, we absolutely acknowledge the urgency, and that's why we think what we want to do is be able to bring forward these things as quickly as possible, knowing that we've had this consultation, and you spoke to the downtown London and their strategic plan, and there's lots of great ideas that we can feed from, and I think there's a lot of work that's been done historically that we can consolidate, bring forward quickly, along with all of that engagement that we would need to do as part of a long-term plan. But I think when we can bring some of those good ideas forward as quickly as possible.
Thank you. No more questions, no more comments. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, staff.
Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you. As I hear about these quick start items coming in next year, and I know our strategic plan includes the whole core area, I wondered if there might be a consideration to be looking at the core area in terms of some of those as well, or are we looking strictly at the downtown?
Mr. Mathers or Mr. McCauley, whichever one of you wants to field that.
Through the chair, so this will be more specifically looking at the downtown, but if there's aspects that can align and make sense for the entire core area, we'll make those suggestions as part of the report as well. So we don't want to ignore. We know that there's a lot of other areas in the city that are struggling, having challenges. So as much as this will be focused on the downtown, it doesn't mean that we can't apply some of those good ideas to other areas in the core.
Councillor? Looking for any other speakers on the consent agenda? Seeing none, I'm going to ask the clerk to open the vote on that.
Vote yes.
Councillor Van Meerbergen. Councillor Van Meerbergen.
I vote yes.
Closing the vote, motion carries 15-0.
Thank you, colleagues. So moving on, I will draw everyone's attention to the fact that we do have in scheduled items a scheduled break from 4 to 4:15. We are nowhere close to 4 o'clock yet, so we will not be taking our break in scheduled items right now. We will be moving forward with the items for direction, and we will see how far we get with those prior to taking a scheduled break. I will be sticking fairly closely, though, to the 4 o'clock planned break time, as I know that there are a couple of councillors who do need to step out for a minute or two at that time, and we have planned to just have some quick snacks and coffee in the councillors' lounge for everyone to refresh and take a bio break. So we will move forward with item number 4 in the agenda. This is items for direction, and we will start with 4.1, which is the whole of community system response encampment plan implementation recommendations 2025. And we do have a presentation from Mr. Nash from London Intercommunity Health Centre and Ms. McDonald, the Director of Services from London Cares. And we will get that set up. And we'll welcome you both back. You know, this is not your first time before us on this and several other items, so we appreciate you making time today to come and walk us through your presentation. When you're ready to start, you'll have 5 minutes.
Good afternoon. Building on the community engagement plan endorsed by Council on June 25th that defined the why and how London will support and manage encampments, the implementation recommendations for 2025 in front of you are the activities and funding needed to operationalize this plan. Chantel and I are honored to represent the encampment elements of the health and homelessness systems response. As you recall, the encampment strategy is one part of a three-part plan that aims to move the most marginalized people in our community indoors into hubs and highly supportive housing. We as co-chairs have met with hundreds of people, individuals, including community residents, frontline workers, senior leadership from social services, health, and first responders, as well as developers, city staff, business owners, to develop this strategy. The overall intention of the community encampment plan is to create pathways to housing.
You'll recall the core elements of the community encampment plan are transformational outreach, transactional outreach, and health and safety. The intent of the community encampment plan is to enhance the supports to individuals living unsheltered in our community and better manage the impacts of people living without adequate housing while achieving our community's desire to solve this crisis by building pathways to indoor spaces and housing.
As described in the community encampment plan, the whole of community's recommendations are as follows. Recommendation number 1. We are confident that in 2025, the housing system will have the capacity to move approximately 100 to 150 highly marginalized individuals indoors. Based on proven best practice, we would need 6 additional transformation outreach workers to assist the most vulnerable in our community to successfully move indoors. Transformational outreach workers will support people to get ready, be ready, and support them to successfully move into hubs and highly supportive housing. Recommendation number 2. The goal of transactional outreach is to alleviate the suffering in our community and provide individuals with well-being checks and in-the-moment support while they remain outdoors waiting for housing. The recommended investment includes the cost of staffing as well as material requirements. Much of transformational outreach will occur at service depots. Recommendation number 3. In addition, the third component of the community encampment plan is intended to improve safety and people's experience. We want to note that this recommendation is outside the scope of this report and acknowledge additional support is needed in terms of people and funding are required.
The purpose of service depots are to alleviate suffering and desperation by providing effective and efficient service delivery. The service depot locations we are recommending for consideration are Watson Park, Evergreen Park, Kiwanis Central, South Park, Municipal Lot Number 12, Fairmount School, and McCormick's Park. Service depots are not fixed structures and can be moved based on the needs of community.
When we attended the PPC meeting in June, we were asked to utilize proximity, recommended by council and encouraged to revisit these recommendations if they were not working in community. Due to several concerns outlined in the plan with the previous proximity recommendations and the limited space available for individuals experiencing homelessness, it only leaves 18% of public spaces within London remaining available based on the current buffers. We are recommending that an adjustment to the residential buffers to 25 meters. Because it will take time to build out hubs and highly supportive housing and other appropriate indoor spaces, further considerations have come through the engagement process that we have done over the past 2 years. Those include pop-up shelters or pop-up indoor spaces, sometimes referred to as sprung shelters, as well as support to small businesses as the health and homelessness strategy and other housing initiatives are implemented in the next couple of years.
London and this council have demonstrated tremendous leadership. We need to stay the course and continue to work in collaboration through this collective impact approach. Since the COVID-19 pandemic, the demand for support has outweighed the level of resources in communities. All level of governments are trying to catch up. This recommendation is based on our commitment as a community to save lives, alleviate suffering, and build a healthy, strong, and safe community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I knew, Ms. McDonald, you were probably giving us the closing statement there, so we went a little over 5 minutes, but pretty tight to that time. So thank you for keeping it in that time frame. Colleagues, we have on our agenda, in addition to the presentation, a number of communications as well as 4 requests for delegation status. So before we move into discussion and debate on the motion, I'm going to look for a mover and a seconder to approve the delegations, and that's moved by Councillor Stevenson and seconded by Councillor Cuddy. And I will ask the clerk to open the vote to approve.
Closing the vote, motion carries 15-0.
Thank you, colleagues. So we will first hear from our delegates, then we will move into motions and debate around this item on the agenda. I will advise members of the public that a couple of councillors have circulated potential amendments already. So when we get into the debate on the main motion, we will be considering some amendments that colleagues want to bring forward as well. But I'm going to move to our delegates now. So our first delegate who registered was Ms. Van Gelderen, and I'll ask you to come to one of the mics in the gallery, and you will have 5 minutes to speak to us. I will give you a wave at about 30 seconds, just so that you know you're hitting your time. And otherwise, when you're ready, please go ahead.
Okay. Mayor Josh Grogan, Deputy Mayor Sean Lewis, council members, city managers, and fellow delegations. Imagine that you were adopted when you were 2, put into foster care when you were 13, then dropped off at a shelter with a garbage bag of belongings at age 17, and you have never found a place to call home at age 31. Imagine that your longtime partner brings home a new girlfriend and chases you from your home with a weapon. You are forced to leave your 2 children behind, one of who dies from drug poisoning. You have health issues with your legs and use fentanyl for the pain. You steal to get drugs, go to jail, get sober, and your legs heal. But when you return to the street, there is nowhere to go. Your health condition returns and eventually your drug use. These are real life stories. What is your future? No names, no faces, but there are many more like them, similar but different. My own daughter is one of them, and most of you have received letters from me in the past. As many of you are aware, I've written several letters in the last 2 years. I understand that the federal government and province have promised money to Ontario municipalities that are struggling with homelessness and addiction, with London having one of the more serious situations, although it is dire everywhere. I know that you, Mayor Grogan, by following media and your posts on X, have been working hard to put London at the top of the list for funding in this issue, and I appreciate your efforts. However, as a city, community, and place of business, London needs to prepare a plan for how this money is going to be allocated and what can be done to support this community and basic survival. Winter is upon us in a few weeks, yet we have no winter response plan, except for funding for the ARC, which will end in December. We have serviced encampments, the locations of which change so often that I cannot keep up with it. If I have difficulty tracking it, how can community members possibly keep track? London Council needs to step up and formulate a plan and place in which actual city-sanctioned encampments can be established. Citizens called for it at both encampment meetings last spring, but the idea was discouraged by our city manager. To me, this seems like the most plausible idea to reduce the numbers, creating pressure on businesses and homeowners in the downtown core. Community members need a place of safety if they are to move out of the core. Pushing people out of the downtown without a safe place to go makes it increasingly more difficult to keep track of community members that many of us are trying to support. And I have one girl I'm supporting who's struggling to get sober on the street, but have not been able to find her for several weeks now. As a result, people stealth camp in the core. They end up using alone. They are more susceptible to overdose, violence, and theft. It forces people away from life-saving supports, food, drop-in space, or night shelter. Many struggle with the ability to walk the distance to encampments. They have foot and leg issues. Many are in wheelchairs or use walkers. Community members need a place with hygienic resources, not just porta potties, but comfort stations with soap and water at the very least. They need a place with security, a fenced area for the encampment, and a place to leave their belongings without fear of someone going through their tent and stealing their few possessions. They need transport to downtown in order to access support workers, showers, laundry, community access, medications, healthcare, and more. But if they have a way to return to a place they can temporarily call home, they won't stay in the core. I believe that. The level of misinformation and outright vitriol against this group online is growing. The suggestions posted are both murderous and inhumane. Throw gasoline on those using publicly. Pick them up and drop them off outside the city to die. And after last week's tainted drugs caused 20 overdoses in one day, celebratory remarks were made that someone had found a solution to the problem. I understand that many of these are keyboard warriors hiding behind their screens until they aren't. I feel that as people get desperate on both sides, that this may turn into a crime scene. As a city and as a community, we need to work together to bring solutions to this problem. Priorities need to be made in finding land to support these solutions in low residential neighborhoods. I'm asking you as a council and our city managers to do the right thing and work toward a solution to fix this issue before it is too late and we have needless deaths. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Van Gelderen. Our next registered delegate is John Herb. If we can ask Mr. Herb to come to the microphone. Not a problem, sir. We will wait for you. So welcome, Mr. Herb, and just as with Ms. Van Gelderen, you'll have 5 minutes to share your remarks with us. And when you are ready, you go ahead. I will give you a wave with about 30 seconds left if you're running up to your time.
Thank you very much to the chair. I appreciate that. I'll be very brief. I'm just going to speak to the motion, which is a reduction of the distance from 100 meters to 25 meters from a residential property. I just wanted to make that kind of clear that it's not the actual building, but the property line that it's the distance from. So reducing that requirement is being discussed as an urgent matter. But really, we're talking about 75 meters difference here, which is less than the length of a football field. But to a property owner, a distance of 25 meters from their property line is roughly the distance of a average suburban backyard. So what we're talking about there is having potentially a large encampment situated that distance, 25 meters, or a backyard's distance away from residents, people who want to enjoy their property safely. Council decided that that was a safe distance back in June as far as a buffer zone, and that hasn't changed. So there's a couple of questions that I'm hoping you're going to ask so that at least I have the answers or take back to people that I speak to. And I've been informed that there's a PowerPoint presentation concerning this. I haven't seen it, but it would have been highly useful to have been able to view it before standing in front of this committee, just on the basis of having that information. So when you say, the questions I'd like to have answered is, when you say an encampment, how many tents maximum would that encompass? And what area would that be allowed to spread out to, as far as a physical area? And how many people in that proximity, in that area, would be allowed to dwell there, even on a temporary transient basis? And as far as growing encampments, we were talking about increased waste increased debris and garbage, and how that's going to be collected and dealt with, because we can't just leave it to fester. So I'd like to also make the point that, and it's pretty obvious to me, if not to staff, that reducing the distance to 25 meters is actually going to increase the frequency of calls, if not to CIR, but to fire, EMS, police, as residents are essentially forced to be more proximal to this encampment. You know, if you hear a woman screaming in the night, are you just going to ignore it? Are you going to call the police? If you see a fire getting out of control, are you going to ignore it? We're talking about increased neighborhood conflicts. And as Rosemary Van Gelderen mentioned, these are increasingly becoming violent, and more opprobrium is being heaped on that transient community. So we have a public interest here, a public safety interest. So really, and I'm going to cut it off now, I'm just going to ask the committee to deny this request to amend the distance, and not have it, not even have it come to council. You've already voted on it. This is a thing that's already been taken care of, as far as I'm concerned. And reducing that distance is just going to exacerbate the problem rather than solve anything for the residents. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Herb. And our next delegate is James Ross. If we can ask James to come to the microphone there. And welcome, sir. Just as with the other two speakers, when you're ready, I'll start a timer. You've got 5 minutes, and I'll give you a wave if you're getting close to your 5, about 30 seconds notice.
Oh, thank you very much. Thank you. I just want to say thank you for allowing me to come today. It's been a fascinating, I wouldn't say, you know, most people would say fascinating watching budget meetings. And maybe my daughter, Ella, who's with me today, might have a question about that. But I have to say, this has been really fascinating. And I have to say, positive, even though these are difficult subjects. I just want to give a little bit of introduction. I originally grew up here in London, my wife and I, and we've been living in Toronto for the last 25 years. And we maintain a home there, but we came back to London during COVID. We bought a property that's a beautiful place at the very end of Grand Avenue, east of Wellington. And the reason I decided to take on this project was because it's beautiful there. And it makes me think about this city, and it makes me think about the future of the city and the options and all the things that are here. There's so many positives with this city, and yet there's so many challenges, and how to navigate it in ways that don't divide the community more. And I think it's important for me, it's been important and clarifying for me to be here today to realize that. I think the city has actually an incredible trajectory if it would recognize it. And this is coming from someone, you know, where people compare cities all the time, right? But there's a lot here, and the downtown has a lot to offer, and the core, and the river, and all the rest of it. But there is and are serious issues, and they're not just issues that are unique to London, they're across the country. So this is, in a way, a tiny part of a huge problem that many communities are dealing with. So anyhow, now to the things that maybe I have learned about procedure and so forth by being here. There's a lot of skills needed to navigate these difficult and arcane kind of discussions and committees and what have you. I learned about this the recommendation from city staff to reduce the distance from a friend in BC who sent it to me on Sunday night, and I realized I was shocked. We live surrounded by encampments. I've had many interactions with city staff regarding encampments. I've met the former city manager who promised me 3 years ago there would not be any permanent encampments. And now we're talking about not just permanent encampments, which are not a solution to the core issues, but what we're seeing is they're becoming more entrenched. And just to be clear, I've met many of the people. I live right there, and some of them are delightful people and great people. And sometimes they're screaming and fighting and police. I don't even know how many times I've called the police. And I'm not here to say, you know, on some virtue signaling thing here. I'm saying these are issues that we have to deal with. My daughter has to walk to school. I can honestly say to you that my community in downtown Toronto is safer than here. And that's a serious issue in which it would probably shock a lot of people. They say, no, London's a small, you know. No, this is a serious issue. So I can't address all the huge underlying issues, and that's not what I'm talking about today. But what I am here to talk about is the process in which this is happening and finding out about recommendations at the last minute, learning that I have to write something with an 8-minute deadline to get delegation to come in today. And then being handed, and I don't mean to signal anybody out in particular, but my ward councillor, the proposed amendments for today. Not, we are going to do this, but these are proposed. And this is not the way to do things. People don't know. I don't know what's going on. And so the city needs, and the council needs to communicate. I'm recommending that this entire motion be deferred until the next meeting of this committee, and that an accommodation be made for any emergency funding so that no services are cut off. But people need, and the community needs, and people of goodwill around McCormick Park who are concerned need to be part of this. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ross. And colleagues, I'm just going to ask, please, sorry, those in the gallery, please, no applauding, no booing. People are going to have different views. We want everybody to be able to speak here without feeling they are being supported or unsupported by other members in the gallery. So please keep any shows of support or discontent to yourself. We do have one more, and I will say, Mr. Ross, I'm sure that Budget Chair Pelosa would be happy if Ella wanted to send budget questions her way. We do have one more speaker to this item. Our next delegate is Diane Devine, who is joining us via Zoom today. So we will just ask the clerk to make sure that she's able to join us by Zoom.
Hi, can you hear me?
And we can hear some sounds, but we can't hear you very clearly.
Hold on one sec. Is that better?
That is much better, Ms. Devine.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Thank you, committee members and staff, for the opportunity to speak.
We are losing you again.
Okay, hold on one sec. Is that better?
It was for a moment, and then you faded out again.
Okay, I'm not sure what's going on with my computer. How's that?
You're good for the moment.
Okay. Thank you, committee members and staff, for the opportunity to speak before you. I'm not sure where I sit on the change in the distance required between homes and encampments, although I do agree 25 meters is a little too close. I'm here today more in the effort to urge council to develop a designated area where those who are unable to get into the minimal number of available shelter spaces compared to the number currently needed can set up tents and know that if they take the time to insulate those tents, they will not be under the certain threat of being made to take it down come 9:30 a.m. the next morning, especially those here in Ward 4, where it's guaranteed the councillor will have been out on their morning scope of the area to ensure enforcement and LPS are here by 9:30 a.m. For example, there is a lot on the north side of King Street between Rectory and Ontario Street. I believe this lot is currently owned by the casino. However, I have not been able to confirm this. Even so, is it not possible for the city to negotiate with the property owner to allow the eastern end of that lot to be deemed a safe encampment area for a set period of time each year? I suggest this specific area because there are currently functioning electrical stations set up that I assume were once used by the carny workers in their trailers and such. Now that the fair has relocated, the only time I have seen that specific area of parking lot used in the almost 3 years I have resided here is when the fair is actually open. Other than that, there are very rarely vehicles in that specific lot. Allowing them to set up there and allowing them access to these electrical stations would eliminate the need for starting fires to keep warm if they are able to find some form of safe space heater. And it would also allow organizations such as the ARC, which do outreach programs, bringing food, clothing, and other necessities, better ability to help more people without putting themselves at risk just trying to get to wherever the homeless have found to set up until the next time the city removes them. So as I said, I understand the area I have suggested is not city-owned.
Ms. Devine, I'm going to get you to just pause for a moment. We were hearing you really clear, and then in the last 10 seconds or so, you started fading out. I don't know if you turned away from your mic or something, but...
Okay, is that better?
Yep, that's much better. Okay. So you've got, you've used up 2 minutes and 5 seconds, so you got just about 3 minutes left if you want to continue.
Yeah. So as I said, I understand the area I have suggested is not city-owned and therefore may not be an option, but there must be an area of land that is located within the city, not in some outskirt area that will be impossible for the homeless to get back to the city's core where the help is located for them, or is a costly trek for outreach organizations to get to provide help. I'd also like to say that it's time our council accepted the fact that we need to follow the great examples being set by cities such as St. Thomas, which is currently in the process of developing an entire tiny home complex that will consist of a number of single bedroom and multi-bedroom homes, as well as a playground, basketball courts, and a community center. If St. Thomas, with a population of just over 45,000, can accomplish such a great project to help aid their less fortunate citizens, why can London, with a population that is more than 10 times that of St. Thomas, not do the same for our less fortunate citizens? It's about time council accepts the fact that we need to create larger amounts of RGI subsidized and fully supported housing options sooner than later. One final thing I'd like to say in response to one councillor's recent post on Facebook: if funding continues to refuse to take steps such as I have mentioned to aid our less fortunate citizens, then yes, we need to support organizations that are constantly trying to provide some type of shelter in the form of tents, and stop confiscating the tents that citizens have been so kind to donate in the effort to help the hundreds of citizens we do not have beds to offer during the cold winter nights. Thank you again for your time in this matter. I do hope a solution can be developed to aid our less fortunate citizens, as they do deserve our help and respect regardless of what unfortunate circumstances may have created the situations they are struggling in now. Thank you and have a good day.
Thank you, Ms. Devine. And that concludes our 4 registered delegates. Colleagues, we also had a number of communications. Those will be included in the motion. So before we move into our own series of debates, we have an item with some staff supported recommendations. I'm going to look for a mover and seconder. Then we're going to move into a process around, Councillor Trussell, hold on just a moment, where we've had a number of councillors circulate amendments. We are going to move into a process of dealing with the amendment pieces first. Then when all that has been sorted out, we will come back to deal with the main motion as amended, whatever that looks like at the end of the process. I've also been asked by more than one colleague, because the 100 meters is a decided matter of council, don't we need reconsideration to accept the 25 meter distance? I will advise that first, this is coming from the whole of community, so we are not required, of course, to accept that. We can make our own decision on what we want to do with that. However, it is substantively different enough from the 100 meters that it could be deemed to be an amendment to the adopted council buffers, and so it is in order that an amendment could be made to a prior decision of council. It is not a reconsideration of the original report that came back in June to us. So just wanted to be clear why that has been deemed in order for this meeting. So with that said, I will now look to see if there is a mover and a seconder for the recommendation presented, and then we'll move into discussion and amendments. So moved by Councillor Trussow. Is there a seconder for that? Seconded by Councillor Hopkins. Okay. So now we can start the process of questions, comments, amendments. There are several. I've also advised colleagues how, via email, how I would break up the votes on this. I will stick to that when we get to the main motion as amended, unless some of the clauses are completely gone. But we're going to start sort of in order. Councillor McAllister, you had circulated an amendment with regard to Clause A, which is the setback distances, so I'm going to go to you first.
Thank you, and through the chair. I'm sure this is going to bother the chair how I'm approaching this, but I do actually want to start first by putting forward a referral for A and F. I'm going to try that to see if there is enough council support. I do think that it warrants a further discussion. I'm not going to get into my reasons just yet. I'm going to put forward the referral, but I'm going to put that on the floor for just A and F.
Okay, Councillor, I'm going to hold you there for a second before I look for a seconder, because we're going to deal with A first. F was to be dealt with later. Just so that we can stay organized, I'm going to ask if you'll consider just dealing with A for now. If you want to put a referral on for F later, when we get through we can move to that next, but rather than binding them, because councillors may feel differently about referring one and the other, I'd ask that if that's amenable to you, that you just speak to A for the moment.
Yeah, I'll put a referral for A.
Okay. Councillor Trussow.
I believe that if the councillor wants to move a referral, there should be more information given in the motion as to its nature, when it will happen, and some details about the reasons.
So I appreciate that, councillor. I'm going to ask colleagues to please bear with me as I steer us through this on the points of order, because that was going to be my next question to the councillor. There's no direction on a referral as to what they would be bringing back or timeline. So simply a referral would not be in order. There needs to be some direction. What are you referring it back to come back with? And did you have a timeline?
Yeah, sorry, I can provide more context. I just didn't want to get into my reasons, so I apologize for that. In terms of the direction I'm giving, this would be until the next SPPC meeting, which would be November 19th. I want to afford, especially my residents who currently have the Watson Depot, to be able to have more time in terms of providing feedback. I'm also going to have a community discussion with them. I'm going to set that up. I apologize in advance. Just bad timing on my part. I'm in the process of moving. I know these are important discussions, but I absolutely want to have those with the community. I've heard loud and clear. A lot of my colleagues have got that message as well. And I do think this is a big decision. And I think the community that currently has the depot deserves that time, giving that 2-week window to get some more feedback from them to be able to make a more informed decision. Thank you.
Okay, so you're moving a referral on Part A to the November 19th SPPC to allow for a community engagement.
Yeah, community engagement and feedback on the setback.
Okay. Is there a seconder for that? I do not see a seconder for that, councillor. So I'm going to come back to you because you had originally suggested in your communication a different motion on A, which was to actually amend what's in this report back to the original 100 meters. However, I know that was sent through the clerk's office, but I actually believe that in order to leave it at 100 meters, all we have to do is defeat Part A. So I'm going to come back to you to see if there's anything else you want to do with Part A before I move to the next group of amendments that councillors have proposed.
Yeah, thank you. So I think there was a bit of confusion. Apologize for the lettering. But mine was specific in terms of provision for the depots themselves. With A as it stands currently, this is just the residential setback by large for the entire city. And so mine was specifically dealing with just the depots. So I'm okay if we can split A. I don't care, like clerk-wise, how you want to split that. But if there can be two components to A and then voted on separately, I would be willing to do that.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is what you actually want is a referral on F with regard to the depots, a chance for some community engagement, and some potential discussion around setbacks from the depots.
Sorry, you meant A? F is locations.
Yes.
Yeah.
So do you want to include, because right now what we're dealing with is the residential property setbacks.
Yes.
The reason I'm trying to keep this
I
separate
know
is
you're
the
trying to do
depots
it,
are
yes.
not the same as necessarily the others. So I'm wondering if you want to consider just including that in F, like a setback for depots, rather than a setback, the general setback?
Yeah, we'll put it all in F, and I'm willing to just, I
Okay.
tried my referral. Thank you for letting me try.
So I will
Will of
come back to
council.
you when we get to clause F.
Okay.
I'm going to move on now because we did have also motions from Councillor Rahman on part B and then the mayor on part C. So I'm going to go to Councillor Rahman next for her potential motion on part B. So Councillor Rahman.
Thank you, and through you. So I did circulate, I apologize to my colleagues for the last minute for the circulation. I did circulate a language change for Part B. It has to do with the source of funding, so that instead of coming from the operating budget contingency reserve fund, that we'd look to use some surplus that is available elsewhere through housing stability, and for that reason, I'm looking to put that forward. I do have rationale that I can further provide if I have a seconder.
Well, let's look to see if you have a seconder for that. Seconded by Councillor Stevenson. So I'll come back to you, Councillor, for your rationale.
Thank you, and I know that we're going to enter a lot of debate on this topic today, so I'll keep mine firm to the topic at hand, which is Part B, and specifically the timeframe for those basic needs provisions for the period of November 1st to December 31st, 2024. Later on, we'll entertain some additional amendments around looking to just have further discussions with the federal and the provincial governments. And I do believe that we need a buffer period to allow for those discussions to take place. And so this would keep funding for basic needs provisions, but it would take it off the contingency reserve fund and put it onto surplus so that that funding can be maintained. My intention is to look for opportunities to use surplus and to use funding to be able to support some of our highest priorities right now outside of operational contingencies and outside of the tax base.
Thank you, Councillor Rahman. I'm going to look for other speakers on the amendment. Councillor Frank.
Thank you, yes. And I'm just curious as to maybe any rationale or any comments from staff regarding the difference between the operating budget contingency reserve and the housing stability services, and why one reserve or surplus might be better than another.
Well, let's go to Ms. Barbone. If you want to hand that off to Mr. Dickens as the lead in this area, I understand, but we'll go to you first as the chief of our financial bookkeeping and advice for us. Ms. Barbone.
Thank you through the chair. So originally when this report was contemplated, they were looking for a source of financing and noting that they were not going to use the full allotment for the previous decision of council for the use of the operating budget contingency reserve fund. The recommendations were put forward in that regard. There were questions that the councillor had asked us earlier today with respect to some reimbursement. And as a result of getting some of the reimbursement through the IHAP funds, what that created was, because of the timing of the payment, created some surplus funding that was not anticipated as a result of the accounting for the reimbursement of those funds in the 2024 budget. So therefore, there will be an additional surplus identified as part of the Housing Stability Services that the councillor is simply choosing to put this forward to use those funding instead of taking the allocation, reallocation from the operating budget contingency reserve fund. So it's simply a change in the source of funding, and that would preserve the OBCR for its use in the future for something at a later date.
Councillor Frank?
Thank you.
Looking for other speakers. Seeing none, I will ask the clerk to open the vote on Part B amendment. And that is in your e-scribe. It is vote for. It changes the source of funding, and it is to fund the basic needs provisions from November 1 to December 31st.
Closing the vote, motion carries 15-0.
Okay, colleagues, moving on, we're going to move into Part C of the staff recommendation now. And Mayor Morgan, you had circulated an intended amendment, so I'll go to you now to introduce that.
Yes, so I don't know if the clerks can put the language up. Perhaps I need a seconder first, but essentially the basis of my amendment is to not draw from the operating budget contingency reserve, but to direct myself and municipal staff to engage in discussions with the federal and potentially provincial governments on accessing the $250 million with some potential provincial matching to see if that is an appropriate funding source for this. As for the previous amendment that Councillor Rahman made, identifying what is a surplus from funds from another level of government, it is my desire to have other levels of government pay for these services, especially when they're actually putting funding envelopes around supporting municipalities on encampments. It's exactly what we should be engaging with them on, is funding from here. Given we've got a window to the end of the year, I think providing that direction would allow us to go and engage in pursuing that as an option rather than using the contingency reserve. By not using the contingency reserve, it would still be there later. So I would prefer not to identify that as a source now and to engage in discussions on what is appropriate funding from the federal and provincial governments to support an initiative like this.
Sorry, I was going to cut you off and say before we get too much farther into your rationale, can we get a seconder for that? But I think you still have time left. You've only used a minute, but Councillor Rahman has indicated she's prepared to second that. So I will go back to you, Your Worship, to see if you have anything further to add, or if you want me to go ahead with the next speakers.
No, I'll just say, like, this is our opportunity to continue to engage with other levels of government on funding envelopes that they have identified specifically in support for encampment spaces to assist municipalities on this. And given the way the discussions are going, and you heard me provide some thoughts on this in the budget presentation, provinces are now signing on across the country. Minister Fraser said this money needs to flow in time to use for the winter. So the timing and all of the signals that are being given is that we will have access to a pot of money of some size to assist us with generally managing encampments and providing supports in that space. So I would prefer to have the direction from city staff to go and do that engagement rather than us just identify our operating budget contingency reserve at this time to fund this project. I think that there's a more appropriate source, and that source is other levels of government.
Thank you, Mayor Morgan. Looking for other speakers, and I'll go first to Councillor Lehman.
Thank you, Mayor, for bringing that forward. I just want to ask you, the mover of the intention, if funding doesn't come forward from the province or the federal government, would this still go through coming out of the operating budget contingency reserve?
So the answer to that would be...
If you can just wait till I recognize you, Your Worship. And then we will also see if there's any staff response to that as well. But I will go first to Mayor Morgan since you're the mover.
So the answer is no. would be identified that this is the source. If that source didn't come through, we would report back to council. Council would make whatever decision they felt was appropriate.
Councillor Lehman?
Okay, thank you. And I think that's a good direction to go. So in preparation for the budget discussions, I looked at one really terrific graph that I know staff brings out to community engagement. And that's kind of shows how our pie of spending is broken out. And I compared that to, I look back at 2016 for interest to see how we've changed and how we allocate resources. So many things haven't changed at all. For example, like protective services, which are essentially police and fire, still take up 20% of our budget. The same percent exactly that they took in 2016. There is one glaring change, and that's housing, social, and health services. 2016, that took up 27% of our budget. Now it takes 33%, a third of our budget is spent on housing, social, and health services. These are areas, I think we're all aware of it intrinsically. We feel it, we talk about it all the time. How cities are being forced to deal with other than roads and fire and police and sewers, et cetera. We now have this added layer of healthcare. I looked at, well, how's the funding matching that? In the next 4 years, we see the funding expected from higher levels of government to actually decrease 1% a year, as opposed to our property tax, which is going up over those remaining years. As a share of our funding, the higher levels of government are falling behind. At some point, we have to say enough is enough. And I think this is the start of that. So thank you to the mayor for looking at saying, you know, there's only so much the taxpayers of London can do. We recognize the challenge. We want to do as much as we can to do it, but people are having challenges with affordability on their own, paying for gas and groceries. So I'm supportive of this if we can find the funding from where I believe it should come from. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lehman. Other speakers? Councillor Rahman.
Thank you. I appreciate the motion from the mayor. I appreciate the continued advocacy and continuing to position London with respect to these discussions. I will say I do have some other pieces that I'd like to discuss as it relates to the plan that's in front of us and the motion. So I'm just wondering, in terms of the order of our discussion, if I have leeway in terms of going into some of the things within the plan as it relates to our advocacy.
I think that's in order, Councillor, if you want to go ahead. We are directing the mayor to go be an advocate, so the details matter.
Thank you. So although first I wanted to say a big thank you to our presenters today, to the whole of community for the work that you've done, for the engagement that you've done. I think it's really important to have these discussions and to continue having these discussions as a community. Although the federal government has put $250 million into a funding envelope, to me it's still very unclear how much of that $250 million that London could capture. And what I saw happen with the asylum claimant funding was I saw Toronto get the lion's share of the amount and other communities get very small amounts, including in this report here where we have the amount from our IHAP request, which was in line with what we identified as our costs. But I do think there are so many hidden services and costs that do not even get into the equation and are very hard to capture, especially when perhaps things aren't fully recorded all the time in their interactions with HIFIS and other agencies and organizations. So my concern is I do not feel as though we may get all the funding that we're in need of or requesting. So I do think it's important that we signal what is the priority for the funding that we are looking for. And my understanding is that this funding is for encampments to housing strategies. So being true to those strategies in all the talking points I've seen so far, that connectivity back to the winter response is really, and getting people inside is really prioritized as well. So I see this as a conversation that actually needs to be broader than the encampment plan, but includes some of our other requests, including the request within the budget for funding for our gate, because I think that what we're saying ultimately is we need to make sure that there are winter spaces and that there are plans to bring people indoors, but there's also ongoing supports for those that are encampments. So although we have in front of us one, in my opinion, piece of the puzzle, I think that we have to look at it from the lens of what we think will get funded as well. And with so many unknowns on that, I know there will be conversations. There have been some preliminary conversations, but I do think that setting the stage for perhaps and the expectation as to what it is that we would have funded or supported so that we give an idea to other levels of government. So for instance, would we have been in full support of 4 additional service depots? Would we have been in support of 5 comfort stations? And then looking at that, again, layered against what kind of supports do we need for overnight beds in cold weather? And so I do think that this gives us pause if that's our approach, is to go after the federal and potentially provincial dollars. We need to think, what is it that we're going after? And we also don't know, I assume it's multi-year money, but right now, are we talking about, annualized funding? Because again, then we run into the situation where we could be ramping up something that in a year we cannot support, even at the federal and provincial funding levels that's provided. So I want to be cautious about how much we're signaling, but I also think that we need to be looking at what those priorities are. And I know for me, it's indoor spaces and it is getting people out of the cold.
Thank you, Councillor Rahman. You didn't necessarily ask it as a direct question, but I think it was alluded to in there enough that before I go to the next speaker on the list, I'm going to go to Mr. Dickens. If you don't have the answer, if you need to pass it off to somebody else to respond, obviously please do so. But have we had an indication of whether the federal funding is 1 year or whether it is a multi-year funding stream that we may be able to access? I know that the details may not all be in hand yet, but have you had any early indication about whether this would be more than 1 year?
Through you, Chair. Very preliminary discussions with the federal government, and I think at this time we wouldn't be in a position to confirm their intentions of single-year or multi-year funding, or what the proportion of that $250 million funding would be available to the province of Ontario to be dispersed, let alone to the City of London.
Thank you. Just wanted to check on that. Councillor Rahman?
Thank you. Okay, so because our request is initial period, I'm okay with that right now because that's the way the language is structured. But I do think that we need to think about this from a multifaceted approach. I'm just wondering if there's any possibility when the funding, when all the funding pieces are known, for a report back to us so that we can look at ensuring that the requests that we have are, again, meeting those needs of that funding request and making sure that we capture as many dollars as possible.
Thank you, Councillor. That was 5 minutes and 1 second. So I am going to go back to staff, though, to see if Mr. Dickens can respond to, in those negotiations with the federal government, if we're successful, would you be bringing a report back, or before we enter into an agreement, would you be bringing a report back to us to advise us what is on the table from the federal government's perspective? Or Ms. Dater-Spear?
Sorry, Mr. Chair, my apologies. Yes, definitely. We'd certainly want to be back in front of council with any update on any funds that we're able to access in any way. So the good news is yes, we'll come back and let you know. Having said that, there are realities of how we flow funding and how funding is flowed, and Mr. Dickens has authority to sign contracts on behalf of council. So depending upon how quickly that money gets to us, we may need to put those contracts in place right away, and we wouldn't want to stop that from happening in order to ensure we have services in our community. But there would be definitely a report back, so no concerns about that.
Thank you for that. I'm going to move on, and I have Councillor Hopkins next on the speakers list.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. And just following up on the councillor's comments, I had a question regarding if we are successful to get some funds from this $250 million federal funding, where would the money go? And I know we're going to get a report back, but what I'm starting to see us do more and more as a council is change different funding envelopes to take care of the need in the community. And obviously with the encampment strategy, we need to do something as soon as possible. And so we're constantly caught, and I'm not exact, and I always want to know, do we have the money? And obviously, if we do have the money, where is it? And do we have to flip and flop these the funding around? So maybe a quick question, where would this funding, if we were successful, where would it go to?
Ms. Dadersbeer.
Thank you again for the question through you, Chair, to the members of committee. When transfer payments are made between other levels of government to the municipalities, generally they put rules or requirements or guidelines around how those monies are to be used. They've identified this money as encampment funding. They've identified it based on the information that they have shared with us initially. As we get more information and they're clearer with us about what their expectations about are, how they would fund that, how they will provide that money and how we should use that money, then we would need to determine how our existing plans, the good work that's already been done in this community, matches with the funding that they're providing, and then we would roll it out, provided we get it, consistent with what they're saying works. We are trying to find the balance between what we're already doing and hopefully identifying flexibility from the federal government or any other government in this provision of the funding and the service that we need.
Thank you, Ms. Dadersbeer. Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, I appreciate having that background information. It's not an easy process, and it sounds a little bit complicated. It's just not, we can not really direct where the funds go. So I'm glad that staff are on top of this. I really do think it is important that we get these funds. It's, Councillor Lehman talked about the housing and social increases that we're experiencing as a municipality, but we're also seeing this in our agencies and boards and commissions, the decrease of provincial funding that they receive, and we're having to offset it. So I do think we're in challenging times at the moment, and the importance of doing this is also very important in our community. So best wishes to the advocacy there with the mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Hopkins. I will move now to Councillor Pelosa.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I always appreciate trying to get the money out of the levels of government who should be funding this. But my question through you to staff is, as we wait, as we hold tight, time keeps passing and services still need, people are in still need of service, and not sure of what staff, like I'm always aware and cognizant of the time that it takes to ramp up to start delivering services, and I'm not sure if our delay may or may not cause some of the organizations who would be doing this work to pause their services, lose staff, and then lose some of their capacity to help. So just wondering about the timelines of how much it would take to ramp up and a potential delay impact would cause for rendering service.
Mr. Dickens.
Thank you, Chair, and through you, there are organizations that are currently providing the services that are identified as part of that basic needs provision. If we were to maintain those services, those organizations would continue to provide those services, recognizing that we would want to get a decision from other levels of government on funding commitments as soon as possible so that those organizations have clear indication of how long that runway is for maintaining services or the ability to scale up to meet the need in the community as well. So yes, we're in a period of limbo, and yes, we're not in the driver's seat on timing of decisions and announcements, but we do have core services that are being provided. We've asked for those to continue till the end of December, and then move into a full, more comprehensive plan to support people to get out of encampments and indoors with more resources. So the sooner we hear from other orders of government, the better we'll be able to undertake those necessary procurement steps and those planning steps to make sure we hit the ground running in January.
Councillor Pelosa.
Thank you. I guess through you to the mayor on this one, as they did with, as council did with our delegation to the police board, of just as the mayor continues his advocacy with civic administration, how will council be updated on ideally progress?
Mayor Morgan.
Sure. So this is an urgent matter to which we haven't waited for council direction to engage with them. You've seen how active I've been in promoting the need for this money to flow quickly. Both the OBCM as well as the federal big city mayors have both passed resolutions and made this what is their top advocacy priority with the federal government in the short term. And so, like, when I know something, it's going to be, if we know that we're going to get money, we're going to let council know ASAP, because we'll have to move very quickly on any sort of decision making we need to make, or maybe the money can be deployed effectively fast. But we know that they're going to flow the money before the winter. Like, every indication the minister has said is they recognize that they have to do that. They're moving quickly to sign agreements with the provinces. I anticipate that we will be able to share information fairly soon, because they want to get this money out the door. Usually governments are slow with that, but this seems to be, they've heard the call for urgency, and I don't think they want to have people outdoors in the winter and having made this announcement and not flowed the money. So we'll let you know when I know, you'll know.
Councillor Pelosa, you're good? Okay, moving on. I have Councillor Ferreira next on the speakers list.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for recognizing me. And thanks to the mayor for bringing this motion. I do appreciate it. Money is tight. Money is tight at home for many Londoners, and it's the same here at City Hall. So looking for other levels of government to, play their part, especially if a lot of these areas are within their area of responsibility. That's always a good thing for me. And I would also add that, we have gone to great lengths to do what we can in this space. We have made plans, we've spent money, and we are trying our best. So just kind of recognizing the city coffers and where we have to distribute our money, that is a good call. So I do appreciate us going out to the other levels of government, hopefully getting that cash to us, and hopefully soon. I would also say, just on other comments that I have heard, we need to start, we do need to advocate, and I do know that that's already occurring, especially with the Ontario big city mayors, of that more holistic plan, because this is, in the end, this is a temporary, and I am going to use this word cautiously, Band-Aid solution. When we're servicing encampments, we don't want encampments. We don't want people living out on the streets. We don't want that. We want people to be in housing, and that's the transformational part. We do have that included in the encampment strategy, but we do need the capacity to be able to bring people to, and we are still working on that. So that advocacy there needs to be a big part, and hopefully we get something sooner rather than later, because at the city level, we are very limited on what we can do, and we are just trying everything that makes sense. So with that, I would just ask one question. I can see that the question was kind of alluded to, but I just wanted to ask directly. We do have some funding, which is another good motion that I appreciate, bringing us to December at the end of this year. But at what point, if we haven't confirmed an agreement with the other levels of government, and I guess it would be through the chair to the mayor, at what point, if we don't get that, would we be hearing something back here at council to know that, like, what's the cutoff time that there is leading up to that December 31st deadline, when we would know whether or not we're going to get that funding and what other plans we might have in order. So that's the question that I'm asking.
Thank you, Councillor Ferreira. I'm going to ask you to hold just a moment. I will go to Mayor Morgan. I think he's just checking the schedule.
So there's a number of pieces here, Councillor. The last opportunity for us, if we had to make decisions, which includes the budget approval, is December 17th is the last council meeting. That being said, there's always the ability to authorize civic administration to execute agreements, and those are pretty standard provisions. And if funding flows under existing frameworks, you know, those sorts of things could be received and not necessarily need a council meeting. But as for the updating, I mean, information can come at any time, but if you're talking about when's our last points of decision as a council, it's SPPC on the 10th and council on the 17th. Those would be the two, you know, last points before we hit what would be the end of funding.
And before I go back to you, Councillor Ferreira, Ms. Datersbeer, can you expand a little bit on staff's delegated authority to execute agreements already and what that timeline looks like for the staff side of things?
That's correct. You just said it. Thank you, through you, Chair. In addition to the information that the mayor has suggested and indicated in terms of dates, it's exactly true. Mr. Dickens has the authority to execute these agreements on behalf of council. And so as soon as we knew about the funds, we would action that activity and we would certainly advise you thereafter.
Thank you. I always appreciate it when the city manager says I'm correct. Councillor Ferreira, back to you.
Thank you, Chair. That's my comments, that's my question, so I'm supporting this amendment. Thank you.
Okay, I'm looking for other speakers. Councillor Stevenson, go ahead.
Thank you. I just had a question as to whether, do we know if there's any measurable outcomes that are required for this funding, or if the federal and provincial funding that flows comes with a requirement that it reduces encampments? Then what do we do if this plan does not fulfill that?
Mr. Dickens or Ms. Datersbeer?
Thank you, and through you, Chair. While we don't have all the details on the fund that hasn't been announced yet, we do know that the federal government is positioning this to reduce the number of encampments, to reduce the number of people experiencing homelessness or unsheltered homelessness. We expect that we're going to see an expectation for a clear plan that is not led in any isolation, that is a plan that is connected to local priorities, local concerns, and is connected to local organizations. That would be consistent with what the provincial government just rolled out on the Heart Hubs. And we know there'll be funding contribution agreements as well, which will spell out terms of that funding agreement and some of the expectations. I would feel like we're in a strong position locally because we already have the chance to align the federal program expectations around outcomes with the evaluation framework that this council has just recently endorsed unanimously. So that also probably puts us in a position of strength when communicating and negotiating with the federal government on receiving funds, that we will have the foundation to be able to measure and track and report on how we can make an impact on reducing the number of encampments.
Councillor?
Thank you. Just a follow-up. I guess for me, in the short term of this winter, the only way to reduce encampments is to open up more indoor spaces. And I wondered if we have a plan B, or are there other options coming to us where we'll be able to bring people indoors? I know I'd sent an email about the London Coffee House. There was the location that we had for London Cares last year. Like, do we have the possibility of opening up spaces to reduce encampments right away?
Mr. Dickens?
Through you, Chair, I would caution on my ability to answer that, not knowing what degree of funding we may or may not receive. I think this community has done a lot of Plan B, Plan C, Plan D planning to try and get as many people indoors as they possibly can, and there is no magic location or mysterious organization. Everybody is pulling on the rope to the best of their ability. Again, not knowing if we're going to get the funding and to what extent. If we get less than $1 million, I don't know what spaces I'm opening up for the winter. So I'm not in a position to answer those type of hypothetical questions, other than everybody has looked at every possible option.
Counselor, anything further?
I guess just my last comment on that is we've linked the funding to a plan that may or may not qualify, because if it were me handing out money from the federal or the provincial government, I'd be wanting to know that you were creating indoor spaces, not doing outreach and trying to manage people outdoors over the winter. So it's just a thought that we're linking it, and it might be worth thinking about that. If we're unable to qualify, that might be an issue.
Looking for other speakers on this. Councillor Trossau.
Just a quick question to the chair. We're not yet at the point where we're talking about the main motion, or we are?
We are only on the mayor's amendment at this time.
Okay, so I'll just be really quick. I want to support the mayor on this because I have confidence that he's going to be successful in his advocacy efforts. At first, I was not thinking I would support this, but I'm hearing some assurances that if the money is not forthcoming the way we like it, we will have an opportunity before the end of the year to revisit this allocation request, or some portion of it if we don't get everything we want. Is that correct? Because if you can assure me that's correct, I can go with this.
Ms. Daterspear.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think it's consistent with the information that the mayor shared. There will be opportunities to come back as part of your December 10th SPPC, and too many P's there, SPPC, and then a council meeting thereafter. That would be the timelines.
Councillor.
Thank you. That's very helpful. And with that, I'll defer the rest of my comments on the merits of the motion to when we get back to the main motion.
Looking for any other speakers? Mayor Morgan, I will come back to you. I'll just advise you that I'm holding myself till last on the list. I'll ask Councillor Rahman to take the chair at that time, but I'll defer to you now.
I don't need to go last. I just want to add a couple of closing comments just so it's clear. First, by asking for us to go and advocate for funding for this does not necessarily mean funding will be provided for this. You know, in engagements with the federal government, they may say, here's the parameters under which you could. And we may come back and say, we can fund this, 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 and parts of this plan, but not all of it. Like, we're not going to be boxed into a corner when we're going and asking for millions of dollars. As well, let's be clear that, like, there's not going to be enough money to do everything we'd like to do. Like, the parliamentary budgetary officer said for the federal government to meet their own goal of reducing chronic homelessness by 50%, they'd have to add $3.5 billion a year to the budget. So, you know, $250 million is good that they're getting that out the door, and they want to get it out the door quickly. But there's a long way to go from other levels of government funding things adequately to meet their own goals for homelessness across the country. So we will go and we will do our best job on this and many other components. We're not going to say, you know, we're not going to leave things off the table, and we're not going to not ask and make clear what our total and more complete needs are, even if we know we're not going to get them. But we'll be able to figure out what could be funded. And then, as was said, if you don't use the operating budget contingency reserve, to answer Councillor Trossau's question, the operating budget contingency reserve is still there later. We're not eating up that piece. So as long as we, you know, we come back at a point where we know what our options are and we know it's funded, council can have that debate at that time and decide what else they'd like to do for this and other things that they may need to fund. So, you know, the point is, with the direction, we're going to do our best, but it is not just this. It is not this in its entirety or nothing. It is, we know what our needs are generally. I just don't think with this motion, the time is for us to put ourselves on the hook when we have another funder, two funders, who are looking to partner with municipalities to try to make gains in this area, whether it be bringing people indoors, whether it be the types of things in the encampment plan here, whether it be the types of things that we know are not funded in the budget that we're going to have conversations about. All of those things we know we have a need for, and all those things are appropriately funded and have been funded at points in the past by provincial and federal governments. So we'll go do our best, but you know, we may not get exactly all these pieces here, but we'll come back with what we can do.
Thank you, Mayor Morgan. Looking for any other speakers? Seeing none, I'll ask Councillor Rahman to take the chair and so I can make some comments.
Thank you. I'll go to the Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. So through you, I'm absolutely going to support the Mayor's amendment here, and I'm going to be really clear. Without this amendment, I would have been an absolute no on C. Because the time has come to draw a line. The buck has to stop somewhere. We cannot continue, as Councillor Lehman outlined, to lay everything on the feet of property taxes. And I want to say, I really appreciate, I want to be really clear, this is not about our local MP. I think MP Fragiscatos has done a really great job of being an advocate for us locally and in his role as Associate Housing Minister on a number of projects that a number of funding pots have opened up for us to do water, wastewater, to unlock housing lands, to do all kinds of things that unlock housing opportunities. But the housing and homelessness crisis we have was not caused by municipalities. It was caused by bad decisions of former federal and provincial governments over the last couple of decades. And folks can agree or disagree with me as much as they want, but the closure of the psychiatric hospitals, the Safe Supply Program and the problems that have been had there, this was stated to the federal cabinet this summer. The current federal immigration policies are bringing in 100 newcomers an hour, and the housing starts in this country in that same hour are 24. There is no way in the world that that math works. These are the policy failures that have led to tremendous pressure on rental stock, on housing, that have forced people who were in housing out into homelessness situations because the market has become so crazy in terms of staying in a rental that they can't manage it. They get outbid by the pressures of a growing population. These problems have been the direct result of policies of other levels of government, and they need to step up and start funding some of these. If this had been the original Part C, I would have been a no. And if they don't fund it when this comes back, I'm still going to be a no. It's time they deliver. They announced this encampment funding back in June. It's the end of October, and we haven't seen a nickel of it, and neither has any other city in this country. That is shameful. And we need better from our senior levels of government. So I'm absolutely going to support the mayor going and lobbying for this, because it's time that they started carrying their fair share of the load.
Thank you. I'm returning the speaker's chair to you, but with no one on the speaker's list right now.
So with no one else on the speaker's list, I will ask the clerk to open the vote on the amendment to Part C.
Closing the vote, motion carries 15-0.
Thank you, colleagues. We're going to deal with the other clauses here, but before we do that, and thank you to Councillor Rahman, I have been distracted by a couple of messages from home, so thank you to Councillor Rahman as the Vice Chair for catching. Before we go on to the next clauses, there were questions asked during the delegation, and specifically from Mr. Herb, that I want to go to staff to just get a response on so that everyone is aware. And Mr. Dickens or Mr. Cooper, perhaps, under our current encampment guidelines, can you provide to the public the information about the number of tents and the number of those encamped that are allowed in any given encampment site under our current guidelines?
Through you, Chair, I'll start this answer and pass it off if needed. Right now, our practices indicate that we would have per site no more than 6 tents, and that's roughly 4 to 5 people per site. Where we have large swaths of open space, we try to keep no less than 10 meters per site. So in big open areas, you may have multiple sites of encampments. But right now, our practice is no more than 6 tents, 2 to 4 people, and try to keep those sites about 10 meters apart.
Thank you for that, Mr. Dickens. So I hope for Mr. Herb and for others in the gallery who are interested, at least having that information is helpful. So we're going to move on. So we had some other amendments suggested. And so now I'm going to go, before we do some of the housekeeping clauses that are D, E, G, I want to go to part F, as I indicated to colleagues I would. This is with civic administration be directed on the council preferred location for additional depot locations. And as I indicated earlier, Councillor McAllister, you had circulated a potential amendment for F. So I'm going to go to you first for an opportunity to introduce an amendment if you'd like to do that now.
Thank you, and through the chair, apologies for the mix-up with A. If colleagues look at what I was sent out, essentially all of the sections would be a part of the referral in terms of the direction I'm offering. There would be the special service provision of 100 meters for the depots. Also, just recognizing some housekeeping, that building code part wouldn't need to be in there because that was part of A, and that obviously is not the 25 meters that was suggested. But I think A was speaking to a special provision in terms of the 100 meters. The other elements that I want to draw attention to as part of this referral is that any future service depot locations would include a community meeting, which would have city staff, service support agencies, and the impacted councillors of the area would also be included. There would also be a notice that would be circulated to the impacted residents within 120 meters of the location of a future service depot, and future service depot locations be deferred for council's consideration at the November 19th SPPC meeting, and to bring forward a new list of possible locations that are more evenly dispersed across the city, as well as alternative locations that do not concentrate service depots in one ward. I'm happy to speak to the rationale for this, but I'm looking for a seconder for that referral.
Okay, so we will look for a seconder for Councillor McAllister, seconded by Councillor Stevenson. Councillor McAllister, I'll go back to you now for your rationale. And I will confess I was conferring with the clerk, so I wasn't counting your time as you were introducing the motion. So take it away.
Thank you once again, and through the chair. Really, this referral comes out of conversations with the community. I do also want to afford the opportunity for Ward 4, Ward 13 to speak to this more. I know they experience a lot of the same issues. And having had one of the service depots, Councillor Ferrer also had a number of them previously. These are the things that I've personally had come up multiple times. And I'm hoping my colleagues will speak to it as well in terms of the things they're seeing. I think it's incumbent upon us to have these conversations with the residents as well. I don't think we can make these decisions in a silo. I really do think for future service depots, we have to take a lot more input on board in terms of picking these locations. And one of the things I'd like to call out specifically with two of the locations, as they would be impacting my ward, Watson was identified as staying as one. I want to recognize that community has essentially held the line in terms of being a community impacted for quite a few years now. I would also like to point to, with the Thompson location, we did just build the supportive housing there, and I'm in constant communication with Inwell about the issues that I'm already having with encampments and non-residents entering that building. So just for awareness for colleagues, that is an ongoing issue. The other issue I'd like to point out is with the Fairmont School that is also identified in this report. It does specifically say in the report that nothing will be located on Hamilton Road. I'd like to point out that Fairmont School is on Hamilton Road. It is also a site that we have identified for affordable housing. I've had a lot of conversations with residents of that neighborhood as well, and affordable housing has been a topic that they are on board with. They are in favor of a project. They want more information, obviously, but affordable housing is something we need in this city. If we do a depot, I believe that we will actually lose support within that community. They're looking forward to a project that has already been identified by us at that site. I think we need to be building bridges, not burning them with a lot of our communities. I think it's also unfair, as Councillor Stevenson often points out, the concentration. We're doing it again. We need to learn from these lessons and not repeat them. And we know the consequences, and I worry that concentrating these depots will have an adverse effect, and I think we will lose more support from the public. Londoners want to be involved. I think we have to afford them the opportunity, and that's why I want this to come back with other suggestions, because I would imagine staff have looked at other places. I do not think it's fair to put this on the shoulders of a few wards. Councillor Ferrer and I, we've talked about this. We've had the depots for a number of years, but it's siloed. It's me and him having these conversations, and that's not fair. This needs to be something that's on council's radar for the whole city. So I would ask for support for this, because we definitely need to have more conversations and we need to have more options put on the table. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McAllister. I'm just going to let colleagues know that the councillor's amendment is vote 6 in e-scribe, and I'm just going to read it out because I know folks in the gallery may be interested as well. The Part F be amended to read as follows. The following actions be taken with respect to additional service depot locations. 1, amendment to the setback requirements in the community encampment response plan to provide a buffer for a service depot to be 100 meters from any private residential property line with a habitable dwelling. 2, the establishment of future service depot locations include a community meeting, which will include city staff, service support agencies, and the councillors for the impacted area. It being noted that the presentation describing the depots and the rules in place would be included. 3, a notice will be circulated to impacted residents within a 120-meter radius from a location of a future service depot. And 4, future service depot locations be deferred for council's consideration at the November 19th meeting of the Strategic Priorities and Policy Committee, and that civic administration bring forward a new list of possible locations more evenly dispersed across the city, as well as alternative locations that do not concentrate service depots in one ward. So that's what's on the floor. That's been moved and seconded. Councillor McAllister has spoken to it. I will go to Councillor Stevenson next.
Thank you. I just wanted to thank my colleague for this amendment. I do support it. This whole of community talked about hubs spread throughout the city. This is temporary. It's, we keep being told, and it's true, there are people who are unhoused who are not addicted, they're not on drugs. The services that they need are food, and this encampment plan is bringing this transactional and transformational outreach to people with a service depot. So there is no need for these depots to be near the downtown core area, because they're being brought food, they're going to have washrooms, they've got outreach workers in a 1-to-12 ratio that are going to be there. Even if people are addicted to drugs, my understanding is Safer Supply delivers to encampments. And we've got harm reduction being delivered too with the outreach workers. So there is, again, no reason why it needs to be near the downtown core. We know we have an oversaturation. We know we have issues. So this is an opportunity where if we're not willing to do this for service depots, then we need to stop talking about like we're going to do it for hubs. This is an opportunity to at least explore, and maybe the staff comes back and tells us why it's not possible. But I just can't understand why we wouldn't have support for this, to explore these options and look to see how we could provide services that are needed in other areas of the city. Because there's that too, right? We don't put all the pools in one end of the city. We have homeless, we have people who need these services throughout the city. And to provide these depots, I think, is only kind and fair to do that throughout the city as well. And the other thing is, we just had a speaker come and say how important communication is. And it really is important to have this piece in here as well, to give residents the opportunity to have their questions answered, to understand how they can be part of the solution. Many people want to help. And so I'm fully in support of this.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Looking for other speakers. Councillor Pelosa.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A question I guess, through you to staff or the mover in regards to part 4 of F, that the future service typicals, locations be referred and staff bring forward a new list of possible locations, looking to see if the new list of locations could include the current list that's before us, and then you're looking to expand and brainstorm for locations across the city and come back, or if the indication would be that if we said bring back a new list, that we're inherently excluding the recommendations already brought forward that we haven't actually discussed.
Well, I'm going to go to the mover so that we can get his intent as to whether this would be these come off and it's a different list, or whether some or all of these might remain on a new list. Councillor McAllister?
So my intention is essentially to look at as many options as we possibly can. Again, I'm leaving it up to council's direction in terms of locations they think are appropriate, but keeping in mind that what I have said here is that I think it's fair to disperse them. I don't think, and this is speaking from experience, and again, I'll forward the opportunity to Councillor Ferreira, but it's very difficult to manage multiple ones. And I think it's, again, fair to spread this out. I do think we need as many options on the table, recognizing obviously there are restrictions and obviously in terms of some of the distances, but I do think there are other places in the city, and I think it's unfair right now that, again, I know Councillor Stevenson said the core, but a lot of these are in the east, and that's not geographically fair either. I think we have to recognize that there are other locations that were never even contemplated that should be put on this list.
Councillor Pelosa?
That's fine. I just didn't want to accidentally exclude things without discussing them, that the list could be all encapsulating of what's currently there and new ideas for across the city. So thank you, and I understand where the councillor's coming from.
Thank you, Councillor Pelosa. Mr. Dickens?
Thank you, Chair. And through you, just from a procedural standpoint, just for some clarification purposes, as we sit here as staff, want to make sure we fully understand what the motion is saying. So almost want to make sure I understand we're working in a little bit in reverse order of the numbering, that staff would be directed to come back with a list of potential spaces for council SPPC to consider and debate. Once those locations are then decided, notice would be provided in 3 to those within a 120-meter radius. Then we would establish community meetings in those decided locations. But for 4 to happen, we would need to incorporate the setback requirements. So to answer Councillor Pelosa's question, I'm not sure there's any current locations on the list that would satisfy the 100-meter setback from private residential property lines. We would have to take that away and do some mapping to make sure. So some might automatically be taken off the list because they won't satisfy FI. But just for clarification standpoint, are we coming back with a list for council to debate and decide, and then that triggers us to post notice and have community meetings? Or are we going to have community meetings we can't post notice because we don't know where they're going to be, but go out and have community meetings in general and use that as consultation to come back by November 19th? Just looking for clarity.
Councillor McAllister?
Okay, so to answer the question through the chair, my intention is to have some locations brought to the November 19th meeting. Recognizing the 100-meter might be an impediment, I don't mind if alternative locations are put on there. And so if that's a problem, but I would like the distance noted as the option to say it's this far, say it's 80 meters to residential, just so we can put some options on the table. Because I think we've written some things off. I think the 100 meters is still important, but that to me can be part of the conversation after we've identified some locations. This is coming to SPPC on the 19th. My intention would be, once we've identified the options that council might have a preference for, we would still have a buffer between committee and council. And my intention would be to push it for one cycle to allow for the impacted councillors to have those discussions and for notice to be sent out.
So I'm going to go back to Mr. Dickens because it's important our staff know that the order of operations that they're being asked to undertake here. So and I'm just going to repeat what I just heard from you, Councillor McAllister, that staff bring forward a new list, which may include some that are notwithstanding the 100 meters. Once that list has some direction from council, then a community engagement piece would begin. Staff can then do the notice of circulation, the community meetings, once that list is brought back and council has provided some direction.
If it's helpful to
Just
offer.
to be clear.
Yeah, and to be helpful, maybe to provide more options, I think what I've heard in terms of minimum distances, I know some 25 is too short, but 50 to 100 to see what options could be put on the table for that.
Okay, so you, just to be clear, are you suggesting that you want to amend the language in your amendment to read 50 to 100 meters? Or is that a,
well,
because we're changing numbers on the fly here, so we need to
no, I know we're
what
changing
we're
numbers on the
asking
fly,
staff.
and through the chair, the problem I have with this is that I would have liked the options first. And this is the problem I'm encountering, is that based on what I've got before me, it doesn't even meet the criteria we've got in terms of the options presented. 100 meters is the number that we've been operating with, and what I've heard is it has limited options. So for considering options, which is IV, I would like maybe to add in the language that 50 to 100 be considered. And then with respect to the 100-meter buffer, if we come back and we have no options, then we will have, then I think there needs to be discussion in terms of the 100 meters. But right now, I just don't have any options in front of me that I can consider, is what I'm saying. I think my colleagues might want to consider them, but for me personally, that's why I think I want some flexibility in terms of looking at more options. And if that's an impediment, then I'm happy to have that discussion and we can debate that as to the merits of the amendment, but I do not think there are sufficient options on the table. And yeah, I personally think the 100 meters is fair, and if we have to stay with that and it limits the options, then I'll stay with those options. But I think that there are options out there that still meet that criteria. But in terms of IV, if it's helpful for staff to look at 50 to 100, then that's fine.
Okay, so you want to leave part 1, but in part 4, the new list of possible locations, you want to add in with a 50 to 100 meter buffer?
Yeah, if that leads to more equitable distribution, then yes, I think that's fair.
Okay, so you got to give me a minute to talk to the clerk here. Okay. Does anyone object? Because I'm seeking consensus. If there's an objection, then we'll have to amend the amendment. If there's consensus, we're going to allow the councillor and the seconder to change the language in part 4. And can I just ask the clerk to read that language out as captured by what was just said?
Future service depot locations be deferred for council's consideration at the November 19th meeting of Strategic Priorities and Policy Committee, and that civic administration bring forward a list of new possible locations, bracket, with a buffer of 50 to 100 meters as indicated above, close bracket, more evenly dispersed across the city, as well as alternative locations that do not concentrate service depots in one ward.
Councillor McAllister, I'm seeing you're nodding. That's capturing your intent. Counselor Stevenson, are you still willing to be the seconder to that? Ms. Datersbeer.
Thank you, Chair. For clarity, I suggest that the buffer will be 100 meters. IV suggests that the buffer would be 50 to 100. If you agree to I, can you actually do IV? That's my question. And then I also have a question about what does council consideration mean? Does it mean approval at SPPC for approval at the 26th of November council meeting? For the purpose then of advising the community about the locations that council has approved?
Bear with me for one moment.
Thank you.
So to the chair, to make life easier, just put between 50 to 100 meters at the top, and then the two align.
Okay, Counselor, the clerk's interpretation might be slightly different. I need to understand, and I got to go back to the original conversation we had right at the start of this item, that rather than introduce a amendment to keep the Part A at 100 meters instead of the 25, that we just needed to defeat Part A. The clerk's interpretation of this, as you proposed it, was that F Part 1 is trying to amend the setback for the entire plan back to the 100 meters from residential properties for the encampment response plan. But what I'm hearing from you is this is about the depots. So with respect, Counselor, I think that Part I becomes redundant unless, well, we could put the 50 to 100 in there, but it is still, then I and IV are essentially saying the same thing. So is Part 1 of your amendment about the entire plan or specific to the service depots?
Yeah, so I see your point. So I would imagine I does become redundant if we're just putting the 50 to 100 in our options. So if you want to take I out, that's fine, because really we can't establish any sort of a buffer until we've established what our options are. So fair enough.
Okay, and I saw Councillor Stevenson nodding in agreement. So again, consensus. Does anyone object to the councillors withdrawing I? And so we will just renumber, so it'll be 3 parts now instead of 4. The final part will be the 50 to 100 meter buffer for the service depots. Any objection to allowing the councillors to change their motion? Seeing none. So we will move forward. We'll just give the clerks a moment to correct that. Ms. Datersbeer, does that satisfy your concern? That Part 1 is removed, everything else is renumbered, and Part 4 refers to a 50 to 100 meter buffer?
If I could, Mr. Chair, through you, just so we're clear on process, when we bring back future service depot locations for council's, for SPPC consideration on November 19th, it is for SPPC review and approval that would then transition to council approval potentially on the 26th, so that when we go back to the community through 2, that we would be telling the community that these are the locations approved by council. That's the question I think that staff are asking about, so that we understand process and that we are sure for you and for the community about the process that will be implemented.
So I'm going to give you my interpretation of how I'm reading this. I will let Councillor McAllister and Councillor Stevenson confirm if this is in fact the intent, which is Similar to today, Part F started out with seeking council direction on 6 locations that were listed in the report. We are saying, go back, bring us a new list. We will provide that direction at the November 19th meeting. That will go to council. Once council has approved the direction on whichever of the locations are chosen, you would then proceed with the community engagement and the mailing notice to those impacted residents. Councillor McAllister, I'm seeing you're nodding. That's captured, and I'm seeing Councillor Stevenson nodding. So if that clarification assists, that is the intent of the motion. And I'm seeing Civic Administration nodding. So.
Thank you.
Councillor McAllister.
Yes, because I think the larger conversation is once council has made their decision based on options presented to them. I think individually as the councillors, that in between period between SPPC and council is our opportunity as councillors to go out and do the engagement component. But to create a better environment in terms of communication and interaction, I think with what I have intended here is to allow staff and the service providers to have the opportunity to talk about, what's happening in the depot, what are the rules, get some contact information, because really I hear that as a missing element is we have to have that engagement component. So I think that's vitally important.
So Councillor, I hear what you're saying. I'm trying to read the interpretation so that staff have a clear direction. It would not be possible for staff to meet the notification piece of this motion between SPPC and council so that it would arrive in property owners' mailboxes between those 2 meetings. There would be nothing, however, that prevents councillors from going and doing community engagement on their own, from inviting staff to do that piece. But this motion would require staff action after council's approval in terms of the community engagement. So I'm trying to be really lenient in terms of making sure that we're capturing your intent here. But we really need to get to a point where we're ready to have some debate and vote on what's here instead of on changing the motion. So I'm checking with you to see if what I've just explained is still okay with you in terms of the motion that's on the floor.
Yeah, and I understand the time restrictions. I'm trying to express the frustration that comes from this and that we have these tight timelines. But I still think it's important, even if we've made a decision, which I don't love the tight timelines, but I think the neighborhoods need to be informed because I still have conversations where people don't know what's happening. And so we have to still, I think, send notice out. I mean, the example I used was essentially when we have a planning application, like we have the ability to send notification out with information to residents. And I think that that's fair that that gets sent out because not everyone receives their information through social media. Like a lot of people still get their information through these flyer drops. So I think the notification still should be in there. I don't love the timing. I recognize the obstacles there and if a decision has been made, but I still think it's important to send out notice with contact information so that people are aware.
Okay, I'm going to take that as commentary to staff sending out a notice, but it would not be a notice about the council meeting. It would be a notice about contact information, that sort of thing, after council's direction has been approved. Because there's not a timeline for notification to go out between an SPPC and a council. And there's no PPM at council. So those restrictions are there. Whether you love it or not, that is the procedure. So I'm going to move on because we have other speakers to speak to this. We also have a break scheduled. Some folks do need a bio break soon, so we are going to go to, so Councillor Pelosa, I have your point of order, but we are in the midst of a debate on an amendment. I want to finish this debate before we take our break. I know that there are a couple of people who have phone calls. I hope you can message your phone calls and tell them that you're going to be late because we're going to finish part F before we take our break. Councillor Ferreira, I had you next on the speakers list.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks for recognizing me. I'm one of those councilors who need that bio break, so hopefully we can get a little bit moving here. But I have to comment, just because I am the councilor in the downtown and surrounding area, and I do know what Councilor McAllister is talking about. I can feel what he is going through because I've been through that before. But I will also say that I have also been in the situation where we have messed with some numbers in the past and things have went in a direction that we didn't necessarily intend to go. Like, we did change our boundaries with what is allowed in proximity to residential. I believe it was first submitted at 10 meters originally, I think it was, and then we changed it to 100. And I did notice that things got worse in my general day-to-day going around where I live, going into work, and then just hearing feedback from the community. So I'm hesitant to change numbers on the fly because I know that there's unintended consequences that could arise if we were to do that. Now, I'm not saying that 25 meters is something that not speaking to the service depot part, but just speaking to, and this, I see them as connected, because if my conversations with staff at the 100 meters radius for the residential, for any type of encampments, it would be the same with service depot, because we would get into the same situation. And from what I understand, that 100-meter radius took out, I think, something like 80% of the city. Like 80% of the space that we have in the city was completely off limits. And that led to things being unenforceable, from what I understand. And that also led to issues that we could run into with legal and other issues. And we get brought back here. And I'm just worried on making changes on the fly with that. When it comes to community engagement and the meetings, like I did that too at the first service depot. And I'm going to tell you, it was tough. And a lot of the feedback, I wouldn't even necessarily call it some of the feedback, but I wouldn't say it was as a productive meeting as I would have hoped it would have been at the time. So I'm just worried that, we are talking about these measures that, again, from what, I guess my comments earlier, these are very temporary Band-Aid solutions, and this is what we're limited to as a municipality. We have to be really careful on how we do things. In the end, we do need that comprehensive change. We do need that capacity. Homelessness and housing in our city has pretty much three main kind of components. There's the mental health aspect, there's the addictions aspect, and then there are those who just simply, it's unaffordable. The cost of living is extremely high. When everything comes to intersect, we find ourselves in the situation that we're in, and we're in a crisis situation. That is the truth. I do feel, as myself, as Councillor McAllister, and as some other councillors, that we have a little more weight on our shoulders to carry this. So I totally get what the councillor is saying and where he's coming from, but I would be very hesitant to make those changes. I'm like going to the 25 meter for the in proximity to residents. There could be some possibility to move from that, but I would really look to staff first to see, is that enforceable? Is it not enforceable? How much of the...
So Councillor, we're not talking about the 25 meters from residents for the whole plan right now, so I just want to keep you on part F so we can get to a vote on this, please.
I understand that, Chair. Let me just clarify. I do see that radius from from a service depot itself to a residential area. It would have the same outcomes as we do with just an encampment in general from a residential area. But that's really what I'm trying to say. I'm hesitant to make certain moves on the fly, and I would really like it to be vetted. So because of that, and because of just my experience and knowing that if we get into these weeds and we really start mucking things up, and what we saw in the past, how things departed from the direction we wanted to go and got, in my opinion, a little bit worse, I'm really hesitant to support this motion. And that's just because of my experience so far. So those are my comments that I would have to say. Like, I totally get where you're coming from, and we've kind of been in this situation before, and I'm just worried of what the outcome will be, and I'm worried it will be worse. So.
For someone eager for a break, Councillor, you were 5 seconds away from getting the warning that your time was running out. I will look to see if there are other speakers to this. Councillor Trussow?
Yes, thank you very much through the chair. I'll keep this very short. I fully agree with what the last speaker just said. I mean, we're just getting things thrown at us on the fly, and it's changing. I don't think this was well thought out. And I don't think that the history of what's happened up to now is necessarily arbitrary. This list, these numbers came from someplace. And I don't want to unnecessarily repeat what's going to happen later when we talk about the main motion, I guess this evening. But I guess I need to ask staff or the consultants who wrote the report, I mean, have these issues been looked at? Has the question of alternative depots been considered? Have these numbers been given any reasonable consideration, or is everything before us arbitrary? I just need to have a better understanding of what it is we're trying to fix, other than the fact that the result is not what people want. But I just think that we are under obligations to do certain things that might not be the most pleasant thing we do. So I want to turn this back, if I may, for a moment, to maybe Greg and Chantel or staff to talk about what the background is on this. Because I don't think the selection of these sites or these numbers was at all arbitrary.
So, Councillor, we're not going back to Greg and Chantel. We've had their presentation. This is not the first time they've been before us. These are coming from the whole of community encampment response table. And I think that that's clear in the report. We are now, however, making political decisions based on feedback councillors have had, and that's why they're suggesting changing numbers. So I will see if Ms. Datersbeer wants to comment from a staff perspective, but we're not going to go back through the presentation.
Through you, Chair, thank you. I think well said. This is a representation of work that has happened in the community. Staff bring this report forward and bring forward a recommendation, and that recommendation has been informed by the folks that have been doing the work, that have been looking at spaces, you know, which parks front onto certain streets in certain areas and what have steep inclines and which ones might be more suitable. So there has been a lot of thought put into this, absolutely, but that is captured in the report, and we've brought forward the recommendations as such.
If I could follow that,
Councillor.
to the chair, then that's very helpful, and it reinforces that I'm not going to be supporting this motion. From the beginning, there has been a hesitancy for individual councillors to second guess what's come up through the tables, and I think that that's what's happening here. I guess the only other question I have to ask, maybe this is for the clerks, maybe it's for civic administration. If we defer this as requested, what is the downside of doing that in terms of us not being able to meet service commitments and in terms of the delays that it's going to cause? And I think that's a reasonable question.
Mr. Dickens.
Thank you, Chair. So we would look to maintain services throughout this process. A depot is, not to oversimplify it, but it's a porta potty and a folding table, garbage collection, garbage bag distribution, checking on individuals, providing a meal kit, which provides the daily caloric intake for individuals. So we would need to maintain that services throughout this period, and I would look to my team to nod that we can still do that. If there's a delay, which is good, that's a good nod. And so we would maintain the existing depot services and then go and do this work and report back. So I would not look to have a break in supporting individuals at this time.
Councillor.
That's it for now.
Councillor Rahman.
Thank you, and through you. So a couple things on this amendment that's in front of us. At this time, I can't support it, mainly because I don't think we're talking about the crux of the issue. What we have in front of us in the entirety of the report is whether or not we support the base funding request that is in front of us. So if we're going to be deciding on service depots in this case, We have not even come to terms with how many service depots we are actually looking at. So to say to staff and those involved to say, bring us back some other locations, doesn't help if we don't define what numbers we're looking at. And when we have 18% of potential lands available and left to make those decisions, can we actually recommend service depots at the number 4, for instance, right now, if that 100-meter distance is there? So that's one of my concerns. The other is I don't believe we're actually allowing for additional consultation. At the time that we have this discussion at the November 19th SPPC, between then and the 26th for a decision point at council is 7 days. I can't get out to my neighborhoods if this was in one of mine to have those discussions in 7 days in a constructive way that takes their feedback into this process. So I understand the intent, but I don't think that it actually meets the need. And it also, I think, doesn't address the concern around depots being really about putting the services where they're needed, not just a recommendation for anywhere and everywhere. If people aren't there, then why would we stand up a depot? So again, we're going back to this conversation of what's the support. The other piece is, again, on the funding component of all of this, if our intention is to go to where the funding is and what the funding supports, services is actually the last thing that they mention. They talk explicitly about indoor spaces. They talk secondary about other kinds of housing supports in terms of shelter spaces. They're not talking about services as definitively in the funding. So I need that clarification if that's what the government's actually looking for us to come back with. Is it really this plan? Is it at this level? And what are we being asked to support? Because again, at this time, we're talking about the plan that we want to bring to other levels of government. And I don't think that that's actually fully defined yet, but yet we're making decisions based on what's in front of us. And I think we're complicating matters more than we need to at this point. I'd support a deferral if we went in that direction, because I don't think we have enough information to make the decision today.
Thank you, Councillor Rahman. Councillor Hopkins, you are next.
Yes. I'll be very quick. I won't be supporting the amendment, even though I do agree on the concerns the councillor has and the challenges that he has in his community as well. The chair reminded me of what we're doing here. This is a whole of community system response. This information has come to us from the work that the community has been doing. I do think we're complicating things. If we start changing things, I don't think there's enough time. I am not able to have an informed decision or make an informed decision based on this amendment. There is one part that I completely agree when it comes to the amendment, and that is the notices that should be sent to the community wherever these depots go. I do think as a city we should be doing a better job communicating that information. The question is not where should the depots go. It really should be about the decision of where the best place the depot should go, and then informing the community that that is where we'll be putting them. So I won't be supporting the amendment. Thank you.
Councillor Cuddy.
Thank you, Chair, and through you, I'd like to make a friendly amendment, if I could, on 3, and change it back to 100 meters, and I have a seconder for that.
That is not a friendly amendment, Councillor. That would be contrary to the motion. So there is procedurally no such thing as a friendly amendment. It's an amendment.
I realize that. I was trying to be friendly, so thank you, Chair. So can I move?
Councillor, you can move an amendment to change part 3 back to delete 50 meters and have it just read 100. if that's what you wish to do. I think you will only be prolonging the debate, but it is within your prerogative to do so.
Just, so we're going to remove the 50 to go back to 100.
And is there a seconder for that? Councillor Lehman seconds. Okay, so we are on an amendment to the amendment now. And I will look to speakers to that. Councillor Pelosa.
Thank you. As I think we're going to be in this in a while, my question about a break still stands. But for question 3, that 100 versus 50, it was still defer it to the consideration for the November 19th meeting. My question is still relevant, which is great. Through you to the clerks, I don't know what else is on the agenda for the 19th, but I know we have a budget PPM at 4 o'clock that night. So are we going to be able to deal with this and whatever else is there in time? Because I know we can't push a PPM if everyone's here for it.
So in very quick consultation with the clerks, we don't even have the title deadline for the next SPPC yet. However, we can take into consideration that if this is landing there, if there are other items that are less time sensitive, that perhaps they might be deferred a cycle so that we can manage the agenda weight appropriately. Any other speakers on the amendment to the amendment? Councillor McAllister.
Because I've heard this a few times, could we not just push it to the December 10th cycle?
Hold on. Okay, Councillor, you cannot amend an amendment to an amendment. So you are too far down the chain to make any further amendments at this point. We have an amendment to the amendment on the floor. That has to be dealt with before anything else. I will have to ask members of the gallery, please, it is not a commentary gallery. It's to sit and observe. I really don't want to have to ask anybody to leave, so please just keep your comments to yourself. On the amendment to the amendment, Councillor Frank? We are allowed to do an amendment to an amendment. We're not allowed to do an amendment to an amendment to an amendment. The current amendment is to delete the 50 meters and only have the 100 meters. Anyone else on that? Seeing none, I'm going to ask the clerk to open the vote.
Closing the vote, motion fails 6-9.
Okay, now we are back on Councillor McAllister and Councillor Stevenson amendment. And Councillor Frank, it's your turn on the speakers list.
Thank you. I was just asking if we can split these because I heard from some councillors that they're supportive of some parts. And I, for example, am supportive of part I and II. I do think it'd be great to provide communication to residents in areas with service depots. I would love to also, I'm not going to do it because I don't want to waste more, or I don't want to add more time, but it'd be great if we could invite MPs and MPPs to these meetings, given that we're trying to get funding from the province and the feds. And I think it'd be nice if they were also well informed as the local issues are occurring. But I would like to have the clerks, if possible, split up the 3 amendments so we can vote separately on those.
Bear with me for just one moment. So Counselor, do you want parts 1 and 2 of F together and then part 3 separate? Would that satisfy your, so that's the notices and the community meetings voted on together, and then the deferral to the November 19th voted on separately? Okay, the clerks can arrange that. Anything further, Counselor Frank? Any other speakers? Counselor Stevenson?
Thank you. I just wanted clarity because it was mentioned that we didn't have enough information, and yet if I understand, if this amendment doesn't pass, we are choosing the preferred locations tonight. Is that correct?
If this amendment does not pass, then we would have to do something with the original Clause F, yes.
Right, so I would think that would be a reason to support the amendment, is the fact that we don't have enough information right now. And I think, you know, when you look at the service depots, again, it's central and east. There's nothing in the north, nothing in the west, nothing in the south. And, you know, it's difficult to explain to people in the East London why their area is the only area for these things. It really is difficult to defend that. And so I think giving it the opportunity to have more options or be able to have the reasons why there aren't any more options. And the other thing is I heard a colleague say, you know, we need to put the depots where the people are. Well, we have all the services in one spot. So this is an argument that just isn't working anymore. We said we were going to be dispersing things. We said we had needs throughout the community. And I think this is an opportunity to show that that's possible or have the reasons why it isn't.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Any other speakers? Councillor Rahman, can you take the chair again, please?
Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. So through you, I will support this amendment. I will say that I share the Presiding Officer's concerns about we actually don't even know how much funding we might get for how many depots. So we may be identifying on November the 19th 4 locations, and then we might get funding for 2. And I think we'll need to be able to adjust that plan with civic administration depending on the level of funding that comes from the senior levels of government. However, I agree with what Councillor Stevenson has just said. When you put all of the services in one area, you create a self-fulfilling prophecy of put the services where the people are, because they're all there accessing the services already. And I do think that having a little more time to look at some things, notwithstanding what was in the previous encampment buffers, a little bit broader list of locations, I'm willing to take a look at that new list. I wouldn't want to be kicking this too far down the road, because I think at some point we are going to hear from our federal partners as to how much money they will give us. Hopefully it is sufficient, but it may not be. We may still have to scale back even on what we have in this plan today. So I'm willing to support this. We'll see where the vote goes. If it is not successful, then we will have to do something else tonight. And I'm not sure what that something else would be. So that's why I'm going to support this amendment.
Thank you. I'll return the chair to you.
So I have no one else on the speakers list. I don't have anyone else online. Councillor Rahman?
Thank you, and through you. So I hear my colleagues saying that we don't have a lot of options in front of us as to what to do tonight, but I do think that we're almost in a way putting the cart before the horse on some of these decisions. And so for that reason, I'm prepared, if this doesn't pass, to move a separate motion to refer the matter until such time as we receive funding in order to decide how to align our funding, or actually funding criteria to align our funding criteria with our next steps in our plan. So that's why I won't be supporting this.
Thank you. Councillor McAllister, I'm going to come back to you. I'm going to let you know you've spoken quite a bit on this. Some of that was rationale for your motion, so I didn't count that against your time, but you've got like 16 seconds left.
Okay, thank you. And I'm going to be really quick. If we have that discussion in terms of not having the money for locations, I think it's fair to the residents who live along Watson to not have that as a fixture, because they've already had it for a number of years. If we only have funding for one, it shouldn't be static and stay in the same place forever.
Thank you, Councillor. I have no one else on the speakers list. So before any of you can put up your hand again, I'm going to ask the clerk to open the vote. So we'll be voting on part I, 1 and 2 first, and then part 3.
Closing the vote, motion carries 15-0.
And now we will put part F3 on the floor.
Closing the vote, motion carries 8-7.
Thank you, colleagues. So that concludes part F. I'm going to look now for a motion to take our 15-minute recess. Councillor Pelosa and Councillor Hopkins. Colleagues, we are partway through item 4.1. Please, while we are on our break, do not discuss the remaining clauses of 4.1 or other items on our agenda tonight. And I will ask the clerk by hand to record the vote. All in favor of a 15-minute break?
That motion carries.
Thank you, colleagues. Okay, colleagues, I'm calling the meeting back to order. Our counselors who are remote are with us, and everyone else is back in chambers. So we're going to resume our deliberations on the remaining clauses of 4.1. I'm going to next go to the coffee house. That is the clause H, which is a separate funding matter. We should, in my estimation, deal with the funding allotments before we deal with the housekeeping matters that direct civic administration to go and execute whatever acts they need to execute for what we've approved. So clause H is on the floor now for any discussion, amendments, debates, and Councillor Rahman, I'll go to you first.
Thank you, and through you. So this is one that I have personally struggled with as we're looking at this from the perspective of cold weather response reallocation. And at the time that we had agreed to this initial funding with the coffee house location, it was part and parcel to do with some overnight spaces as well as some other beds that were also allocated. So right now, again, where I'm struggling is we are going to be looking for funding for how we move forward with the winter. This is one of a few drop-in spaces that we have remaining, yet we have not clearly identified any additional indoor spaces that are overnight. And so at this time, I need to personally, I'm trying to figure out how to prioritize and really signal that we need those overnight spaces to materialize. We need places that people can be out of the cold at night. And so any surplus, any additional funding we have, I personally believe that we should be looking to find opportunities to use that for that purpose. And so I won't be supporting this at this time. As I mentioned, we've received a request for funding through the multi-year budget for Arcade. My plan is to look at ways to utilize surplus to be able to fund those spaces to continue to be open. And so any additional surplus I'm looking to use for that purpose, and that's why I won't be supporting this.
Thank you, Councillor Rahman. Looking for other speakers. Councillor Pelosa.
Thank you. At this point, could someone just remind me what the remaining operational surplus is for the numerical value that we're talking about?
Mr. Dickens or Ms. Barbone?
Through you, Chair, the anticipated surplus that CMHA's experienced is roughly $96,000. They've been able to leverage other in-kind contributions and other funding sources and anticipate they'll be able to do a little bit of that going forward and stretch the funding they'd already been allocated to keep services open longer.
Councillor Pelosa.
Thank you. Knowing that it's 96,000, they've, I would say, done their work to try and make things go as long as possible and leverage everything they could. I don't want to ever make it seem like we're penalizing an organization for not spending what we did up front, and that they can find opportunities and savings and come back, and that for me it would be important to support them continuing to do the work. Though I completely respect Councillor Rahman's comments of we really need federal and provincial help.
Looking for other speakers. Councillor Stevenson.
I agree with both of what my colleagues just said. Last year, we did use it for day and overnight, and I did ask about whether, because my understanding was that Arcade had not been able to access that location for overnight spaces. But I wondered if maybe a question to whoever might be able to answer it, is it an option to have overnight spaces there? Is the agency willing to do that? I heard something about it might be 5 beds that could be done with that money.
Hang on just a second. Councillor Stevenson, and we'll go to staff for that. Mr. Dickens?
Through you, Chair, neither organization has brought that forward as a potential use of that space or the continued use of that space. So I wouldn't be able to speak for CMHA on that.
Councillor Stevenson? Nothing further, okay. Any other speakers? I'm seeing none, so I will, Councillor Stevenson?
I'm a bit confused because we're just doing amendments, right? And there doesn't seem to be an amendment on this one.
Sorry, there's no amendment on this one. I was treating it as the clause as put forward, but you're right, that's actually contrary to what I laid out at the start. So, thank you for catching that. Break has clearly addled my brain. I thought there might be an amendment on H, but that's not coming forward, so. So, that means we can move back to the main motion. Councillor Stevenson, you wanted to bring forward another amendment.
I do. I have an amendment for B, which is just to change the amount from 141,400 to 99,700.
Okay, so this is the B that we dealt with earlier, which changed the source of funding, and you would like to change the amount now. Is there a seconder for that? Councillor Cuddy. Okay, so that's been moved and seconded. Can we just get the amount again for the clerk?
Yep, 99,700.
Thank you for that.
And I can give my reason.
Did you want to do your rationale now?
Yeah, I just quickly wanted to say we've been paying $12,000 a month for transactional outreach for July, August, September, October. That amount is tripling for each of the months of November and December, I believe, for transformational outreach, but we don't have any new housing in November and December. So my understanding is we do have increased and maybe costs that have exceeded what we planned in terms of cleanups in our core, CIR type things. Like we are having an overwhelming issue in terms of encampments in the core, and my understanding is we're running out of money there. So I would prefer to keep it at the same amount as it's been, and I'll let the higher amounts come later in 2025.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Before I look for any other speakers, I just want to go back to the motion, the amended motion that was passed earlier, which read that civic administration be directed to reallocate up to $141,400 from the surplus for 2024 housing stability services to fund the basic needs provisions for a period of November 1 through December 31st. So I want I hear what you're saying, Councillor, but I want to go to staff in terms of, because it's been raised that transactional and transformational have two different price points, and that what we have approved earlier is basic needs. So does staff interpret that as both transactional and transformational, or would basic needs only be transactional?
I'm going to defer this to Mr. Cooper or to Ms. Debbie Kramers, who's also here to answer that.
Well, we'll go to both Mr. Cooper and Ms. Kramers, and you're certainly welcome to both weigh in on this if you wish, or if one wants to lead and the other's just going to be a consultant, that's okay too.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair. The cost would be all for transactional services.
Thank you for that response. Councillor Stevenson. Oh, Mr. Cooper, can we get your mic, please?
Thank you. Then maybe just an explanation why it's going from $12,000 a month to $32,850 a month for the same basic needs services.
Mr. Cooper.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair, I'll start this response and then turn it over to Ms. Kramers if I've missed anything. The $12,000 right now is what we're paying to an organization to support the transactional piece. A number of the existingly funded contracted agencies are providing depot operations as part of services, like that they're basically not doing transformational outreach and doing transactional outreach in these depot locations. There's also a number of agencies that are providing this service in kind that will end. So that's why the cost for the outreach piece went up, because we were looking to have another organization come in to basically fill that outreach need at depots, and then have those organizations that we contract go back to doing their contracted items.
Councillor.
Thank you. I'm, if my second early rant, I'm still going to leave it on here. I feel like it's a lot of money, $32,000 a month, to hand out $33,000 worth of food. And I understand there might be more to it, but we have people in desperate need in housing, in shelters, in all kinds of places. And I'm really uncomfortable with spending all kinds of money in this area. So I'm going to leave my motion the way it is. I think if we've been doing it for $12,000 a month, we should be able to find a way to continue to do that for 2 more months.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Looking for any further speakers? Seeing none, then I will ask the clerk to open the vote on the amendment to the amended Part B.
Cuddy votes yes.
Closing the vote, motion carries 9-6.
Okay, colleagues, that completes the list of amendments and requests for amendments that you all had notified me about. So that brings us back now to the main motion as amended. I know that there was discussion right at the start about Part A. If you want to keep the 100 meters, then you need to defeat Part A. If you are okay with the 25 meters, then you support Part A. We will call these votes separately, but we are on the main motion, so there is still an opportunity to debate the main motion for those who wish. Councillor Trussow.
I feel we're making progress tonight because this is sort of like the main thing I came prepared to talk about and ask questions about. So I read these reports very carefully. I've read all of the reports that have come before very carefully. And I need to understand, and I know I can't ask the consultants, so this will be filtered through staff. And as I understand the hierarchy of the reporting, it goes from the tables to our staff, to us. What is the reason? And it was referred to in the report, but there was so much controversy over this that I get the sense that it could have been communicated a little more clear. So I would just like to better understand for myself, for my colleagues, and for the public, what are the operational reasons why we're seeking to go to 25?
Mr. Dickens.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. There were a number of reasons. So when the original staff report came forward, when the original encampment plan came forward, there was a set of recommended proximity buffers, and those were amended and changed. And what part of the direction was use some discretion. Use your discretion how you enforce it, but we would like to see certain distances from certain elements and community spaces, but use your discretion. I would say what has transpired is that the discretion wasn't necessarily adopted by the public. Very little discretion in terms of how far or close an encampment might be to an amenity or a property line. And so while the team has We've documented this, has received a increasing calls. We know what we're proposing doesn't eliminate that problem. But what we are seeing are the impacts of a drastic shrinking of potential green spaces, potential areas where a person who has nowhere to live has been setting up their encampments. And that shrinking of that space has moved encampments away from discrete locations. It's moved them out of tree lines and protective areas, out by 100 meters into open spaces. More in the elements, less shade, less protection from weather, that sort of thing. What it also does is it shrinks the footprint on where an encampment might be able to stay for an interim period of time. And I want to remind council that we still approach all of this with a lens on health and safety and some safety protocols. Whether you're 105 meters away or you're less than that, if there are major safety concerns, we have to address those and you may be asked to relocate. But what it's done is it's shrunk that footprint so small that we start to see people trying to get to those spaces as fast as they can, knowing that that might be the space that they're allowed to stay a little longer. And it creates a lot of competition for that space. It can put staff in direct conflict or in conflict situations when we're having to enforce these new proximity measures to the best of our ability. So the expectations went up for the enforcement. The scope in which we must now enforce those spaces has increased significantly. And it has led to competition for space, safety concerns with staff. And has also led to a greater visibility of homeless encampments. So when there were instances where people were tucked away, hidden, and maybe not a lot of people saw them or could tolerate them, they're now open, wide open in the green space where the public would be more inclined to use that space as instead of walking through the tree line and the protection. So that is a lot of the rationale for why the community has suggested that there be a laxing or relaxing of that buffer distance down from 100 meters.
And I take it you were, through the chair, I take it you were present at these discussions at the tables?
Mr. Dickens.
Through you, Chair, I am one of the co-chairs of the Strategy and Accountability Table. The Strategy and Accountability Table did receive this report before it came through to be an appendix on your committee report. Fortunately, here at the city, I have a very robust team of folks that attend some of the operational meetings and provide that input, including members of our Coordinated Informed Response team.
Okay, what's very important for me is to get a full understanding and accounting of what risks in terms of liability, in terms of health and safety, and in terms of the general public welfare. What risks is the city undertaking if we set the buffer too high? My understanding of this is, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, is that we are, as a city, we are under constraints. For example, we don't have the discretion to just say, we're just not going to allow any encampments because we think they're a problem and people don't like them. And there would be implications for doing that. And I think I may be getting close to a question for the solicitor, but at what point do we cross the line into being so restrictive with where we allow the encampments that we might have a Waterloo problem? And the reason why I feel comfortable saying Waterloo problem in public session is when you think back to the report that we received a few months ago, there was an addendum to that talked about the legal environment in open session in the report, and it did refer to the Waterloo decision. And one of my worries is if we're too restrictive, we might be going into some territory that could be perilous. And I'm just wondering if anybody on civic administration, including the solicitor, would feel comfortable addressing that.
Ms. Pollitt?
Thank you. Thank you. And through the chair, if you're looking for an opinion in terms of liability, I would have to go into closed session. But the bulk of the case law currently, the Waterloo decision and several other decisions are fairly clear that you can't simply get rid of an encampment. It is a basic human right according to the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. And unless you can show that you can provide alternate shelter that is truly accessible, courts, by and large, are not permitting encampments to simply be taken away.
Councilor.
Thank you, through the chair. I appreciate that very frank and, in my opinion, very good response. I'm not going to give my opinion on what I think would happen, but I think we need to really be careful. Now, the other thing I want to stress is I've heard a lot of people, and I see a lot of this online. I hear a lot of people saying, we really need to reject the human rights approach, because what about everybody else? And we're paying too much attention to the human rights under international principles, to certain principles. The City of London does not, and the province of Ontario for that matter, does not have the legal discretion, in my opinion, correct me if I'm wrong, to say, we're going to depart from this human rights lens and use something else. These are matters of well-established international law and federal law. And the City of London is operating within certain constraints. And again, I feel comfortable talking about this in open session because this is exactly what was reported to us in the first report. Unfortunately, there was not a lot of discussion about all of the other things that were going on in that initial report. People went straight to the numbers. And I think we're doing that again. So I'm just going to close by saying I am supporting the staff report to the extent any of it's left. But certainly the first part of it is. And the reason why I'm following the staff report is from the beginning, it was made clear to us as counselors, and some of the counselors didn't like it. Most of us just went along with it. But it's like this community response is going to be centered in tables where we draw on the expertise of the community, and everything that's done is evidence-based. This is not arbitrary. Nobody is sort of substituting their own personal judgments for what they think the respective rights and obligations of local residents, businesses, and encampment residents are.
Please.
See, I just don't understand why I have to be so.
Sorry, Councillor Trussow, please just hold your comments. This is the second time. Comments from the gallery need to be kept to themselves, otherwise you'll have to leave. There won't be a third warning, you'll just be asked to leave. Councillor Trussow, you've got about 25 seconds left to go, so please go ahead.
Okay, so I think that there are forces at work here that go beyond the ability of the City of London to come into a council meeting and play with numbers like this. And I really want to urge my colleagues, to be careful about this. I think that we've taken a good approach so far, and I've said so in terms of all the other reports that we've had come in. I firmly believe that we should stick to the staff recommendations. These were not arbitrary, and they were based on the accumulation of a lot of expert.
Councillor, you are at your time.
Of a lot of experts. Thank you.
Looking for other speakers. Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you. A few things to say about that. So I don't see anything in the report actually that states anything like that. It doesn't say that we have no choice, that we have to do it, that it's a human rights issue. It says the impact of the council endorsed encampment buffers, and it lists several of them. And one of them is a requirement for alternative locations. Alternative locations would need to be found for people to reside safely and within permissible distances. I like that. Increased administrative complexity. The process of moving encampments and finding alternative locations to adhere to the council-endorsed encampment buffers would require significant organization and support from the coordinated informed response teams. I do hear that, and I do think that's what's needed. Increased encampment resources. Individuals living unsheltered will be moved to the outer limits of the city, which will increase the need for more vehicles, staffing, and garbage program resources and increase basic needs. Okay, increased enforcement resources, education, notifications, and enforcement would need to increase in proximity restricted areas. Currently restricted parks require a significant amount of time. Endorsed encampment buffers cannot be enforced with the current staff complement. That is the experience. We need more enforcement. It's not working. What we currently have, even with 100 meters, is not working. So, no, this is the direction we need to go. We need more enforcement. We need to find other locations. And if you truly believe it's a human rights issue, then let's get them housing. I don't understand why we don't hear, like, how can we get them in warm? I'm not hearing, give us the crazy ideas that we can't fund and give us a chance to figure out how to do it. There's ways to bring people indoors. Last year we had a building that could have brought 100 people indoors, and we were told there wasn't an agency or the staffing to do that, which was sad. But here we've got enough staff to go around the parks and to have a 1-to-12 ratio and to try to bring people into housing. Could we not use that staff and get volunteers? There's so many people in the community who would be happy to help with this crisis. Londoners are asking me, are you telling me there isn't a building in this city and there isn't some staff and an ability to get together volunteers the way Arcade does and bring people indoors this winter? It is a human rights issue. Let's address it. Let's figure out how to do it. And let's not tell other Londoners here that they have to have unsafe situations right near their home. People are struggling. They're going through all kinds of things we can't even imagine. Let them have the sanctity of their own home, their own park for people who live in apartment buildings and stuff, to be able to go for a walk and let their kids play free of drugs and tents and stuff like that is something that this council, I believe, is committed to. It was in our strategic plan, and I think forcing us to do what we should do is a great thing.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Lehman.
So first question, Chair, are we pulling A and calling that separately?
Yes, we are debating the main motion now as amended, but when the votes are called, I will be calling them separate.
Okay, I want to speak to A. Is this the time to speak to it?
So there's no amendments to A, so now is the time with the main motion on the floor to speak to it.
Okay, I will not be supporting A. It feels to me like this is a reconsideration. All the comments, both from council and staff, have been what I heard when we first debated this. It's a question of balance between both communities, homelessness and residents, and I think it's been working well. There is indications, there was a mention made from staff about reducing out of sight. Well, I had situations like that, the reverse, and because of this, that situation has been cleared up. I've had good feedback on the direction that we went earlier this year when we put those setbacks in, so I will not look to change that. So I'll be voting no on A.
Looking for other speakers? Councillor Pribble.
Thank you, Sir Chair. Question to the staff. When a couple of months ago, when this came forward, maybe 3-4 months ago, I really thought the staff proposed 50 meters. And I overheard about an hour ago there was a mention of 10 meters. Can you please clarify if it was 50 or 10? And let's say if it was 50, why now 25? Thank you.
Mr. Dickens on the original recommendation from June.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. The original recommendation in June was 10 meters. Staff have not recommended 50 at any point.
Councillor Pribble.
Thank you. No more questions.
Looking for other speakers? Councillor Stevenson.
I forgot, I did have one question on G, which is the IHAP funding. I noticed that when we put the claim in, it's for hotel and for shelter. Is there a lack of capacity for hotel spaces? Is that why we're having to use shelter spaces? Because with beds being so few and far between, I would prefer, if we're getting reimbursed, not to use any of our shelter spaces and use all hotel so that we're not losing shelter spaces. I know we appreciate getting the money back, but I think we need beds this winter more than we do money. So I was just wondering, is there a lack of capacity in terms of hotel beds to accommodate that need?
Mr. Cooper.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair. Our hotel response is actually for families, so it would be asylum claimant families to help reduce the burden on our limited family shelter, which is Roth Home. Singles, we have not considered offering hotel rooms given some of the staffing challenges that might be for oversight, and we've used the existing shelter system as such.
Just one quick follow-up to that then. We used hotels before in COVID. It was before my time. But I just wondered as well, like when we look at this 2,300,000, if we have 350 people living unsheltered, that's about $538 a month per person, that if we just gave them the money and didn't do any of this, potentially with their OW or their ODSP and joining with a friend, they could get a hotel and people could be indoors. And I just wondered, is that something that's been explored at all?
Mr. Dickens.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. I don't know to what extent it's been considered to just. Social assistance is a provincial program, quite heavily regulated in terms of eligibility and what entitlement you receive in terms of your shelter costs and your basic needs. And when you move into a place with a roommate, you need to claim that on your file. And I don't know to what authority or through what program we would have the ability to just hand people the $500 and some odd dollars and have them pair up with somebody and start applying social assistance to a hotel. I just, that is, talk about crazy ideas, that might be one of them. So I don't have a lot to offer you in terms of that situation. I think it's well beyond the scope of our programming here at the city.
And Councillor, I saw you nodding. That satisfies your, okay. Other speakers? Councillor McAllister.
And sorry, I can speak to, we're in the main motion?
We're on the main motion as amended.
Okay. I echo some of the comments colleagues have said on A. I can't support the 25 meters. And this is a reflection of conversations I've had with a number of ward residents, whether that be on Adelaide, Commissioners, Pond Mills, Wellington, Hamilton Road. A lot of my ward is impacted by this. Spending a lot of time dealing with it. I would say the majority of my time. I understand in terms of what I read in the report, but to what Councillor Lehman said, we do have to strike that balance. It's a difficult path to walk. I understand the struggles of both sides. I really do, and I feel it on a daily. But I think we also have to acknowledge that this is having an impact on residents of the city as well. And we do have to find, as Councillor Stevenson said, we need to get people housed. I do think that's the end goal. I know we had previously talked about the depots and having those places as, entry points. We have our shelter services. But right now, the tension I'm seeing in neighborhoods is not good. I think reducing the distance will probably boil over the kettle, and I can't do that at this time.
Looking for other speakers. Councillor Rahman.
Thank you, and through you on the main motion. So I'm still struggling in terms of our direction on this main motion now. As we continue to move through different clauses in the main motion, one of the things I don't think I've seen full clarity on yet is what we are fully willing to support. So what we're ending up with is, in my opinion, is some challenges in terms of the direction, because we haven't identified what the community encampment plan should be stood up with. And then when it comes to that funding piece, whenever we find out from the federal government what the parameters are of the funding, then what other supports would go along with this. So again, my priority is to find more indoor spaces and look to utilize any additional funding that we receive for that purpose. Any surplus that we have, I'd like to see us use for that purpose. So for that reason, I won't be supporting H for that reason. For A, I won't support the change to the distance. I believe that we had a fulsome debate on that matter, and support my colleagues in their comments on that as well. I do think it's important that we also discuss the transactional components, because I'm struggling with how we're endorsing how we go forward with the transformational aspects of this report at this time when we don't have enough pathways to housing for people. So in terms of that transformational piece, if it's an action-oriented item for readiness to housing within the 100 or so spaces we talked about for 2025, is it that we are only using that priority for those that are currently in encampments, or are those that are perhaps in other shelters and other spaces being considered as well? So I'm trying to understand that. I do see the need for some transformational support. I just want to make sure that it aligns with what we have available, and that's where I'm struggling with the costing. So if more clarity was provided within this motion to say the action's been taken regarding the whole of community system response, community enhancement transactional plan, I would be more inclined to support all of it. But at this time, I think it's too general and too broad for us to put forward as our best example of what we'd like funded at this time with so many unknowns.
Thank you, Councillor Rahman. I'm going to ask you to take the chair one more time so that I can, on this item, I'll ask you again later, so I can offer my comments.
Thank you. Go ahead. I have the chair.
Thank you. So, not to belabor the point, but I will not be supporting A either. For me, the setbacks have been in place for a full quarter now, and then some. I recognize for staff, there are more operational challenges to dealing with these increased setbacks. I fully recognize that. And I continue in my own messaging to residents to say, I'm not coming out there with a tape measure and finding that it's 97 meters and doing something about it. There's got to be some discretion, a little bit of discretion involved there. I hear what staff are saying, that the public is not reading it that way, but that was, I thought, very clear when we provided those directions earlier in the year, and I stand by those. I also think that, and it's been mentioned by multiple members of council, I'm going to pick up on Councillor McAllister's comments in particular. I have residents who back on to Kiwanis Park North. They should be able to go in their backyard and not feel at risk because of what's going on in the park immediately behind their backyard. And there does have to be a balance in how we approach this, because the residents of those homes have rights too. And that, I think, has been largely overshadowed in the whole of community response. I really struggle with the label whole of community response now, because I don't think we've included the whole of community. I think we have some people with some expertise in delivering services and helping those in need. I think we've even consulted with those in need. But where I don't think we are doing a good job is listening to the impact it's having on the rest of the city and the residents in their homes. On the residents when they take their child to a splash pad in our park, or they walk them home from school, or the business owner who has to have their front door blocked every morning by somebody there. I don't think we are listening to those things, and I don't think that we are getting a really thoughtful response back in terms of recognition that budgets are not unlimited either, and that particularly at the municipality, we just can't do everything, but we keep seeming to be asked to do everything. I am satisfied with the setbacks that we had established earlier in the year after a fulsome debate at a prior SPPC in council. And while I agree with Councillor Rahman that I'm still not sure exactly what the federal government is going to fund and how we may have to move some pieces around, we've moved pieces around before. So I do have confidence that our staff will do their very best and that they'll be successful in reallocating and moving pots of funding where they need to deliver on the things we're asking them to deliver. But for me, it comes down to people do need to have their own safety and security in their homes respected as well. And I feel like that is something we are continuing to swing and miss at. But I think that the buffers that we approved earlier this year are doing a better job than what we had before we had them. I will also say I agree with Councillor Rahman on H. I appreciate the coffee house wanting to continue to provide some drop-in day spaces, but for me, I would rather be spending that money on beds overnight. That's when it's truly coldest. And I truly believe that the folks at the coffee house have done some really good work at operating day spaces, but if it's beds or a warm place to sit in a cup of coffee at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, I'm gonna choose the overnight bed. So, you know, I'll go back to what I said earlier. The buck stops somewhere. Well, you know, any look at our municipal budget earlier today in our previous meeting says we're out of bucks. The only way to find more bucks is to keep adding to the property tax base, and that is the least fair form of taxation we have. It's time, I'm gonna say it again, for the other levels of government to do their part. They have not so far, in my opinion. Individual members may have tried, but as a collective, they haven't. So for me, I'm done doing the backfilling from a city level. They've got to step up and do it. So that's why I'm okay with where we're landing today.
Thank you. Returning the chair to you, Councillor Hopkins on the list.
Thank you, Councillor Rahman, for covering that, and I will go to Councillor Hopkins next.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a question. I know we were just speaking to A, if we should support it or not, but I'd like to know where we are in this whole recommendation, and are we approving the amendments? Because I voted in a different way, and I'd like to...
So, Councillor, we are right now debating the main motion as amended. When it gets to votes, I'm calling those votes separately.
Thank you for that, and I'll speak to A since we are discussing the 25 meters, and I will be supporting the recommendation. I know when we had this conversation many months ago, the 25 meters was suggested. It is not, there's opportunities to move that around, be it 25 or 30 meters. But I do think we've heard loud and clear that going the 100 meters will not give us the options that a number of councillors would like to have when it comes to these depots. So that's why I'm supporting the 25 meters. It's that simple. We'll have more opportunities, more options to move these depots around. So I'll be supporting that, and I'm glad you're pulling all the other items when it comes to voting. Thank you.
And I'll go now to Mayor Morgan.
Sure, thank you. So I won't support A either at 25 meters. Now, I would say there probably is a number that is less than 100 that I would support because I recognize the pressure that our staff have, but I think it's pretty clear that there are significant concerns within the community about the 25-meter mark, and significant concerns, and I always try to listen to colleagues around this table in the way that 25 meters would work in different parts of the city, right? It's very hard to create a cookie-cutter approach. The reason why I'm willing to move on the 100 is we basically picked that number. Like, that number doesn't have any sort of meaning aside from the fact that council picked that to try it. And I recognize what's being said about that having some challenges around it. And so whether we picked 100 or 95 or 106, you know, we basically picked that number. And so I would be comfortable with an adjustment to that. I don't know what the right number is, but I won't support A. There are other parts of this motion too that I think it's astute for councillors to recognize that, you know, we're going to have a funding conversation. And then we're going to come back to this and we're going to say, potentially, you know, we might not be able to do it all. Or we may have to divide this between this sort of process and overnight bed spaces or something like that. On transformational outreach, I want to say I actually support those components of the plan on transformational outreach. I know transactional is important for basic needs, but if we're not creating every point of contact with someone in an encampment to start to carve out a case file and a pathway that they get from being in an encampment into housing, and housing with the proper supports, because we're not just talking about finding someone who has high needs, but finding people who are just need some help with doing their taxes and finding first and last month's rent, and then connecting with the right housing service providers. If we're not out there and taking advantage of each and every contact to create a file and a case file on every individual so that when something opens up, and yes, we might not have all the spots now, but when something opens up, we know the types of individuals who could be taken from living outdoors and creating impacts on members of the community and bringing them into the space that is right for them, regardless of what that space is. And so, and as we do that over time, our encampment strategy should actually shrink. Like, if we're doing this right, you know, things should get smaller as we go on. Right? This is a strategy that we fund and then should shrink over time as we pull people out of encampments, find them the right space, and support them in a temporary fashion to get them where we ultimately, every single one of our plans leads to, and that's housing, right? At the end of it, we want everybody to be indoors and housed with the proper supports. So I think we need to pass something. I think there's a lot of details we could debate, but we need to have a structure in place that we can work with. We need to get part of that funded with other levels of government, appropriately so. But ultimately, all of our goals should be, this is the one part of all the work that we're doing that should get smaller as we go on, right? We might still need to do supportive housing. We might still need to do affordable housing. We still have to find pathways. But encampments and encampment strategy and the work on encampments, I think every single person, including those doing outreach, want to see this shrink over time, want there to be less work to do, want there to be less people out there living unsheltered, and more people indoors and housed. So I won't support A. Most of the rest of this I'm supportive of. I appreciate our colleagues' comments, but I recognize that we have to also have that funding discussion and then come back to this to a certain degree to find out what we can actually do. And that might be a scaling of the size and number of things like service depots. If we can't do them all, it might be not 4, it might be a different number. So I'll leave my comments at that, Mr. Chair, and I'll look forward to the vote and any further discussion.
Thank you, Your Worship. Looking for any other speakers? Seeing none. So, colleagues, here's how we're going to proceed. I will call the votes on A, the setback, B, the funding until the end of December of this year, C, the mayor's engagement with the federal government for encampment funding. Then we'll go to F, which was the depot referral motion, then to H, which is the coffee house, and then we will deal with all other clauses which have not been touched. And they're primarily the administrative clauses giving administration the authority to execute what we've directed, as well as continuing to look at interim housing plan, other options of funding, et cetera. After that, we are going to need a motion to extend past 6 p.m. So I'm going to ask the clerk to open the vote first on clause A, and that's the setback clause. And this was not amended, so I just want to be clear with people. If you vote yes, you're supporting the vote no, you're supporting maintaining it at 100.
Closing the vote, motion fails, 5 to 10.
And now Clause B, this is the funding as amended to the end of December of this year.
Councillor Trossau? Closing the vote, motion carries 12 to 3.
Now Clause C, which is the mayor's engagement and civic administration's engagement on the federal encampment dollars.
Closing the vote, motion carries.
Next will be Clause F. This was the amendment from Councillor McAllister on the service depots.
Sorry, just this vote was separated different when it came through committee, is it?
Oh, sorry, that's right. We have to, our colleagues
If you could
wanting it separated still, you did express your vote earlier in the meeting.
I
But
want to
if-
express it again.
If you wish to express it again, we will have the clerk separate that. And as we did previously, we'll do F1 and 2 together and then F3 separate.
Closing the vote, motion carries 15 to 0.
Now clause F subsection 3.
Closing the vote, motion carries 8 to 7.
And now we will move to clause H, that is the coffee house funding.
Closing the vote, motion carries 8-7.
And finally, colleagues, the balance of the report, that is clauses D, E, G, I, J, and the receipt of the communications and the receipt of the verbal delegations. Councillor Rahman?
Thank you. Do we still need Clause D? The civic administration be directed to seek out and apply for additional sources of funding to offset any municipal operating budget contingency reserve contributions?
So Clause B Clause C was specific to the federal encampment implementation. But by leaving this in, it doesn't preclude seeking funding sources from other provincial or federal programming opportunities that may arise. So I would suggest that we would like to leave it in, and I'm seeing Mr. Dickens nodding his head with respect to that, because there may be other sources of funding that we wish to stack on this.
So perhaps it's just removing the municipal operating budget contingency reserve contributions since there are none?
I think it would be correct procedurally, yes. I will ask the clerk to do that. Mr. Dickens?
We may offer a suggestion, Chair, to just change it to municipal funding and not the source. It would be any municipal funding.
That sounds like a great suggestion and helps us on the wordsmithing side. Thank you. Okay, that change has been made in eScribe, and we'll get the clerk to open the vote on that.
Closing the vote, motion carries 14-1.
And that, colleagues, concludes item 4.1 of our items for direction. Moving on, we have a number of other items for direction, as well as deferred matters and additional business and a confidential session. And before we can handle any of that, we need a motion to move past 6 p.m. Moved by Councillor Rahman and seconded by Councillor Cuddy. And I will get the clerk to open the vote in eScribe for that.
Councillor Pribble. Councillor Van Meerbergen. Closing the vote, motion carries 13-2.
Thank you, colleagues. We will now move to our next item on the agenda. This is the sprung shelter motion submitted by Councillor Frank and Pribble. And I will look to Councillor Frank to introduce this.
Thank you. And I appreciate if folks disregard the first one. Councilor Purble and I were a bit late on our updated one, so hoping folks can use the quick communities one as the one we're discussing. And I would be happy to give a bit of background, and I believe I still have a second during Councilor Purble before I get into a bit of the rationale. And I'm just looking at the chair to confirm that you're okay if I move forward.
Yep.
Great, okay. So essentially, as highlighted in the letter, I have, and as well as Councilor Purble, heard from many residents their interest in us exploring the possibility of what we're calling quick communities, because we don't want to limit staff and the community's ability to come up with creative and innovative ways of trying to get people inside, including looking at sprung shelters, tiny homes, micro homes, essentially quick housing structures that would provide rapid relief to the inclement weather that we're facing in the winter, but also in the summer. And we have seen many examples from cities across Ontario and across Canada of this concept of quick communities, which are intentional communities with small sleeping shelters, laundry, showers, bathroom facilities. And they can also be piggybacked, for example, onto a hub, as we have with Atlosa, who has some pallet structures, as well as the hub that's indoors. I also recently learned through this motion of Fanshawe College and the London District Construction Association's efforts to build some small winterized shelters. And as you can see in the letter, they'll be hosting a career event at the Agroplex where they're going to be building 3 shelters, and they invite all of us to attend and check those out. And my understanding is there has been examples in the past with Fanshawe College of building these small winterized shelters for about $5,000 each. Including also in the London Free Press article, we saw that Andy Spreet also had designed 4 portable outdoor shelters that had been offered to Arcade, but they weren't able to use them due to some zoning issues. So I think that it's important right now for us to exhaust all our options when looking at housing. And when looking at these communities, I think there are opportunities where there could be folks that wouldn't necessarily thrive or succeed in an apartment building, but would do really well in one of these, especially when it's wrapped around with some communities, because a lot of what I hear is when people move into an apartment building, they lose their community. And so then there becomes some conflict with guest management because people really want to be surrounded with people that are their friends and have that sense of community. And I think that with these quick communities, that offers both shelter and that sense of belonging. Another example is we gave Unity Project about $503,000 for 26 spots. So it was 13 units, but they're divided in half, so 26 spots. That's about $20,000 per spot in capital. And that took less than a year to set up, whereas chatting with local developers, a local apartment building could take an average of $200,000 per unit. So that's about 10 times the cost and somewhere between 4 to 8 years to bring online. So I think we also actually just heard from a lot of the encampment presentation and delegations, there is a strong interest for providing people with these options. People want to be compassionate and see everyone have housing. And again, looking into this and having staff look into providing these shelters that would be faster and cheaper than some of the other housing spectrum that we're looking at, I see a lot of benefits. So I'm eager to hear others' thoughts on this item because I don't think we've really had a fulsome discussion at council or committee regarding these, but I am interested in moving forward the motion that's included in the quick communities motion because I'm really hoping we can explore every option available to us. Thanks.
So, Councillor Rahman, can I ask you to take the chair, please?
Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you. I'm going to try and stick inside my 5 minutes here. So I appreciate the councillors trying to come up with new ideas. This is not a new idea for me. I actually first met with John Fleming about this when he was still Director of Planning and with Mr. Mathers when he was still the Director of Water, Wastewater Operations in 2019. And they said to me then, this isn't going to work. It's a really bad idea when we were talking about looking at doing some of these on a Legion property. On the whole, the tiny homes project, and I want to address like the sprung shelter or whole community thing first, which is what we're really talking about on those, in my opinion, is a sanctioned encampment site. And we just talked about how we don't want to have encampments. So I'm not supporting what is just a fancier version of an encampment. But I want to talk about the tiny homes piece because this keeps coming up. And they're not as advertised. And there's a reason we haven't gone down that route. Yes, they are a great photo op and a feel-good story in a smaller community where you can create 40 units. But they're not, and members of Planning and Environment Committee will know that they're not a good use of land. in terms of the density that you can get from them. Then there's the servicing for the sanitary, water, electrical. It's not nearly as efficient as an apartment building. And so in general planning principle terms, they're not a good idea. You just can't fit the same number of units on the same size piece of land as you can by building up. And if we take a look at the St. Thomas example, the Doug Terry Homes piece that's been getting some media attention recently, that's a 0.8 hectare property, which if you do the 75 to 100 units per hectare zoning, could have provided a 6-story, 60 to 70 unit apartment building on the same site as these 40 unit, 400 and change square foot tiny homes. But more importantly, this project had local builders volunteering their labor at no cost. You can't scale up volunteers doing something for free on a weekend to do thousands of times over. And it's still, with free labor, costing $14 million, $3 million from the city of St. Thomas, $7 million from the province and feds, and that doesn't include the ongoing operating costs that are needed to support the tenants in there in the long run. Divide that 14 million by 40 units, it's $350,000 a unit for a 400 to 600 foot square home with free labor building it. You just can't get that same, the economies of scale that you get in an apartment building. And I'm not gonna just use the St. Thomas example. In Nova Scotia, a 59 unit tiny homes project moved forward. The province, not the municipality, put in 9.4 million. That comes out to about 59,000 a unit, but that did not include the land costs. And it comes with a price tag of $935,000 a year in annual operating costs to provide the on-site services. So almost $1 million a year to support the tenants living there. So to me, it's really clear these are not economically viable without massive public subsidies, and private sector builders would already be building these if they were. Now, I know you're not necessarily talking in quick communities about a tiny home with its own washroom, with its own washer dryer, but when you start to have people forced to use those shared facilities, you're creating opportunities for conflict as well there, and more need for staff support, more need for cleaning resources. So that per year annual cost to operate goes up even higher. Listen, I recognize that the home builders wrote a letter saying, oh, we should look into it. If they think we should look into it, then really what we should do is just refer this to the Housing Supply Task Force to have a discussion. Because right now, all this is an idea coming from councillors that, respectfully, because I appreciate your forwarding ideas, but we're asking staff to prepare a big, long report when we haven't actually consulted with the sector on whether these are economically viable or not. I know there's one member of the Housing Supply table up in the gallery tonight listening, but we've got one representative who said it's worth looking into. The rest of the sector hasn't been consulted, but in the last 5.5 years that I've been here, I've had this conversation 3 or 4 times with staff, with other builders, and everybody keeps telling me the same thing. They're a nice feel-good photo op, but they're not a good land use, and they're not economically viable without massive injections of cash. We have neither the funding, we just had a long talk about how we don't have any money for anything, nor do we have a lot of surplus land available to do these on. I'm sure if you asked Mr. Yeoman or Mr. Mathers or Ms. Scher or anybody, do you need that road widening for the transit lane? Yes, I do. Do you need that new park? Yes, I do. So we're giving up something else to do this. So I'm gonna wrap up there. I don't support this. If it was a referral to the Housing Supply Task Force, I might, but I'm not asking our staff to spend months on a long report to come back and tell us this isn't economically viable. I've already done my research. I know it's not.
Thank you. I'll return the chair to you, with Mayor Morgan on the list and Councillor Pribble.
Sorry, I got Mayor Morgan and Councillor Pribble. Okay, Mayor Morgan.
Yes, so in a weird way, and I know we're not always on the same page, but I actually agree with one of your comments that you made, Mr. Chair. I should say we are usually on the same page, but sounds very combative the way I said that. I actually support a number of the discussions that were made. I think that there is some interesting pieces that we could investigate. I also recognize that these things have required substantive government funding. And I was actually drawn to the letters of support as well, particularly the offer by the home builders who expressed that their memberships had actual expertise in costing, development, construction, and wanting to offer themselves as a stakeholder. And then, of course, the London District Construction Association's support. I don't think the Housing Supply Reference Group, I actually think it's the other group that we put together, the Customer Service Process Implementation Reference Group, that would probably be best suited to take a look at this and provide us with some feedback. I'll tell you why. That group has the home builders on it, the District Construction Association, the Development Institute, the London Area Planner Consultant, the Association of Consulting Engineers, the real estate sector is represented, and then architects are represented, as well as the school boards, which maybe that's less relevant. But I don't mind, and I'm happy to make the motion to refer to that reference group for some feedback before we make a decision to move forward or not with this, because I think that that might be a way for us to take advantage of the expertise offered and get some feedback from those community partners in the development, construction, and real estate industry on whether or not this could be viable in London. I think there's different opportunities and different constraints in different cities, and we can figure that out in consultation with our staff. So I guess now I'm happy to move a referral to the what's it called? The Customer Service and Process Implementation Reference Group.
Did you?
I have a motion that I've passed the wording to the clerks because I try to be well prepared, like I expect everybody else to.
And we've got a seconder in Councillor Hopkins. I just want to know if you want to, or you maybe already have. I just want to know if you want to check with Mr. Mathers on which of the appropriate reference tables you want to send it to.
Well, I did check with Mr. Mathers, and that's why I'm recommending that one.
Okay.
So that was the one he suggested. Given their workload and the time frame of their meetings, it would be the most appropriate place for me to refer to.
Then I won't go to Mr. Mathers. We've got a motion to refer and a seconder. So now we're on the referral. Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, I'm happy to second this, and I agree with you. Agree with the chair's comments. We've had these conversations in the past in planning, and I know there's other opportunities, but you know, we just had a long conversation about our encampment strategy and the need for housing as well. We need to put people somewhere. And for me, I still would have supported this motion, even though I know there would be, there isn't a lot of opportunities, but I think where there are opportunities are with the builders and the developers in the city, because I have had conversations with them saying that other cities are doing a little bit more proactive work around tiny homes, for instance. So why not look into it, and if there's further opportunities. So I'm glad that we're referring this. I would have supported the motion, even though I know the chances of that going forward would have been a little bit more difficult. So glad to see this go somewhere.
Councillor Pribble and then Councillor McAllister.
Thank you. Even though I seconded this motion, I'm okay with the referral. But I just want to let you know a couple of things. We are all, in terms of the highly supportive housing and supportive affordable housing, we are all for it. And I think we are on a really good track. Unfortunately, these initiatives, they are not finished over a month. That's really kind of in number of years, sometimes potentially a year and a half, 2 years. We are actually not a front runner in this. And there are other places, not just in Ontario, not just in Canada, but throughout the world, that made it successful. They brought the community together, the builders. And for us, if we were to not to go forward with this, I think it would be a really disappointment and shame that other communities in the world, they make it work, they make it better, and we would not even try it. And you know, there are always examples that any projects or anything, there are successful ones and there are unsuccessful ones, but it's about people. It's about how you manage it, how you set up the initiatives. And right now, already being negative if something was never really there were conversations in the past. You can have conversations hundreds of times and talk for hours and hours and you don't accomplish anything. But actually roll up the sleeves and really get it done and look into the option. That's the secret, and that's the secret of the success. And right now, we don't have any other options. And exactly what was said, we were just talking about the encampments. And none of us want them. And guess what? The highly supportive housing, it won't be built next month. So what are we going to do? So we're just going to say, okay, there's nothing in between. There is either encampments, and then there's permanent housing. That's not an option for me. That's not an option for me, so I'm okay to go to the referral. I'm okay with it. But for us, if we were to turn this down, I would never understand it. If other municipalities in the world can do it, we can do it as well. Thank you.
Councillor McAllister.
Thank you, and through the chair. Happy this is coming back again. I know on a previous item we talked about, I brought up the modular building techniques, I think was the language that the planning staff had suggested that we put in there. I'm happy to support the referral. I'd love to see what they come back with. To the deputy mayor's point in terms of better use or density, I should say, there are other examples. I like the idea of quick communities. I like that term too. The way I view this is there's a lot of other parts of the world that are doing very interesting, like mid-rise or even high-rises. I saw a really interesting one when I went to the housing conference last year in the UK, and it's a community housing project, and it's a high-rise that was completely modular. And in terms of the density, it's the same that you would see with a traditional high-rise, but in terms of the speed, and that's really what I come back to, and what Councillor Purple was just saying, it's getting things built faster, right? And I think even the building community would agree that that's really the goal. We want to get these things built faster, and so I'm curious to see what comes back in terms of the expertise and the recommendation. But bringing that to London, and I mean, I don't mind if we're a pilot project in the province, in the country, to try one of these modular high-rises. I think even we both sit on community housing. That's something I don't mind bringing up there. I've talked with board members about that too. But we really have to think outside the box in terms of the speed at which we can get these things built. So, thanks.
And Councillor Frank.
Thank you, and appreciate the conversation. And I don't mind a referral either. I just, I'm not going to make a motion because I don't want to spend more time on it. But I will say over to Mr. Mathers, if perhaps at whatever meeting this goes to, it would be great if there was some staff from Mr. Dickens' department who have maybe expertise in the human side of this discussion, because I think it's great to send this over to people with experience in construction, but I think it would be missing about 50% of the equation if there's not also discussion with relevant stakeholders with social service experience, but happy to see what comes back from those discussions.
Thank you, Councillor Frank. Looking for any further speakers. Councillor Lehman.
Yeah, thank you. I was on the fence on this one. As the deputy mayor alluded to, we have heard about tiny homes and have had anecdotal feedback both from staff and other areas. It seemed to be where it was happening. A lot of nonprofits were involved in getting it going. So it's the cost of the build, but it's also the cost of the servicing once it's up and running that were concerning for me. However, with the mayor's referral here, I'm comfortable to go that direction just to finally talk about this thing. One way or another, let's find out what are the pros and cons, true costs, et cetera. Going to get the building community involved in that. Because, I've heard it long enough, and with housing such the forefront of our discussions, I think let's just explore this and get an indication if there's any legs there that we should go on. So I will support the referral.
Any other speakers? Councillor Rahman.
Thank you, and through you, just quickly, I will support the referral, but I do see the value in both motions. One, the first motion that was coming to us looked more at the locations, the costs, the potential sources of funding, et cetera, that can move this forward quicker. And the referral sends it back to the development community and construction real estate industry to provide their thoughts, of which they've kind of already done in the two submission letters that are in front of us. So I am supportive of referring it back to them for another look. I'm hoping they can quickly come back, maybe through planning, with some definitive support, and then some help with how we move this forward, with perhaps some evaluative tools on what is the best highest and best use of a piece of property for this purpose. Because to say generally that nothing would fit this because it's not height specific, we've got pieces of property, maybe even that developers have, that doesn't fit perhaps with some of their other building plans, but could fit with something like this. Or maybe if it's housing that's available to be moved, it's something that can be quickly operationalized, used for some time, and then perhaps moved to a different spot if that land then becomes developable for another purpose. So there's a lot of different ways to look at it. I agree with my colleagues that we have to consider every and all possibility, and this is a way to do so.
Councillor Trussow.
First of all, to the councillors who brought this forward, thank you very much. I mean, this is exactly the kind of thinking that we have to be engaging in. And everything does not have to be according to the, industry standard model. And I was really pleased to see the letters of support that said this is feasible. So I'm glad this is moving forward. I do have one question though. With this type of construction, you're not going to be, I'm trying to think of the right technical word, but you're not going to be digging down deep as much when you're putting something like this in, right? Because it can be moved. Is that correct?
Mr. Mathers.
Through the chair, so there's a few different types of structures that were referenced in the letter and the resolution. So it will very much depend. If you're looking at a tent type structure, then of course, yeah, you wouldn't be requiring that type of excavation that you'd be required for different types of structures. But I think that's part of the value in getting some thoughts on the types of structures and some of the requirements and the either opportunities that come out of them as well. So that's what we'd be looking at and bringing back to the group and be able to get some of those insights.
That's great. My next question through the chair is, what I'm thinking of is lots where it would be unfeasible to really dig down and put up a structure because of things that have happened on that property and the cost of remediation. Is there at least some potential that at some elementary level, some of those properties could be used for this? Or once it's a problem, is it just all out? And also, is this something that the group that we're referring this to will be able to look at?
Mr. Mathers.
Through the chair, so I think what you're speaking to, that if you had like a brownfield site or a site that possibly had some other disturbance in the past where they're having a structure that didn't require excavation, maybe easier to use or might have more potential, and absolutely that would be an opportunity. If you're also looking at getting some different opinions, we could go to a couple reference groups. We also have the affordable housing reference group that the same folks sit on as well. And if we go to both those groups, it's really great because you would get the opportunity to hear from the development community, but then also some of their partners as well. So that might be able to hit both of check a couple of the boxes that you have.
I don't think it was finally, I don't think it was the mayor's intention to exclude other people looking at this. I think, in fact, he was just trying to expedite it. And I'm just going to trust in good faith that the proper people will be consulted on this. So I'll just leave it at that.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other speakers on this? Seeing none, I'm going to ask the clerk to open the vote on the referral.
Councillor Hilliard?
Sorry, it crashed. It's resuming session. I voted yes. Thank you.
Closing the vote, motion carries 14-1.
Thank you, colleagues. Moving on, our next item on the agenda is item 4.3. This is a motion from Councillor Frank and Councillor Rahman. I will go to Councillor Frank to introduce this.
Thank you, yes, and similar to last time, I will probably just go right into introducing it, because I believe I still have a seconder, and I'm getting a nod, wonderful, so through the chair. Yeah, so Councillor Rahman and I worked on this motion at this time when we're about to go into another budget update season. It felt timely to have a bit of a discussion about setting a standard between agencies, boards, and commissions based on what kind of spending they use of public funds towards influencing the decisions of municipal council for budget. And I think now that, we are aware of some of the funding that was used from the London Police Services Board to hire an external consultant, I've heard a lot from residents who didn't like that use of public funds, but of course, my understanding is it's not prohibited. But that being said, people had concerns that now other agencies, boards, and commissions would engage in the same kind of behavior, and there was a bit of a worry that this would continue to escalate, and moving forward, having more and more agencies, boards, and commissions use public funds to influence these budgetary decisions. So in that vein, this motion we want to circulate to discuss having a bit of a standard. My understanding from staff is that we're not actually legally able to require this from the ABCs, but we are able to ask as council, as we've asked ABCs in the past for other things. So this motion is specifically towards directing civic administration to convey the sentiments about not using municipal funding to lobby council for public funds. And I'm happy to explain more, but I think the letter kind of sums it up as well.
Okay, so that's been moved and seconded. We'll start a speakers list now on this item. Councillor Trussow.
Well, first of all, once again, thank you through the chair. Thank you for bringing this up. We're all getting a lot of email about this. We're all hearing a lot of frustration. And what I know I'm hearing a lot of is council needs to take some action on this, either to forestall this happening again or take some further remedies. There are a couple of things that were in the letters that we received that I think warrant some additional consideration. So I'm just going to throw these out as really quick questions to staff. First of all, would we be able to use the budget process to table a resolution saying we want this money returned? Would that be within something that council can do as the budget committee and then as council?
Ms. Barbone, do you want to take the first response of this?
Thank you through the chair. Perhaps legal may wish to weigh in too, but essentially when the budget is set, given the strong mayor's legislation, the mayor sets the budget. Council can make amendments to that budget, and then there's a process that follows to ratify the amendments. So council could put forward an amendment through the budget process to reduce or amend a budget, but to use the budget process to request something different would not necessarily align with the budget process and the regulations.
Okay, so
hang on, Councillor, please wait for me to recognize you. Ms. Pollitt, Ms. Barbone suggested that you may have some comment as well, so I'm going to go to you next.
Thank you, and through the chair, if we're specifically looking at police as well, there's some restrictions within the Police Act about the way that municipalities can impact the budget as well.
Thank you, Ms. Pollitt. Councillor Trussow.
Okay, so I'm not going to pursue this to a full resolution this evening because I'm hearing some ambiguity here. It would be my desire, my intention to work with staff and legal to see if something could be tabled during the budget process that would be appropriate. And I'm not going to ask for a ruling on that now. I'm just going to say I think that's something we need to at least look at. My second question through the chair goes to the content of the materials, the excised material, the redacted materials that were provided to the newspaper. Now, I understand certainly the newspaper would have standing with the Information Privacy Commissioner to seek a remedy for that, for the redacting. But would this council have the ability to request that the documentation also be provided to us so we could see exactly what happened?
Ms. Pollitt.
Thank you, and through the chair, I think council may have to go through the Freedom of Information Act, similar to what the newspapers did, based on the wording, because it's a separate entity, the Police Services Board, so it may be that certain information would be redacted, or possibly would be something that we could look at in closed session.
Okay, that's helpful, because I think there is a taste from many members of the public for us to try to understand in some greater detail what happened, and I'd like to consider ways of pursuing that. I guess my next question is, I guess this is more of a statement. I feel really, as a counselor who is deliberating on the budget, I really feel that there was information that I should have had as a counselor that I didn't have. And that is, members of this council, my colleagues, who also sit on other boards, knew that an expenditure was being made to lobby us. And I didn't know that. And I really think I should have known that as a member of council. And I haven't said, did you want to make a point? It wasn't lobbying. We weren't.
Okay, we're not going to have cross debate. Please stop now. Counselor, members of council, when they are serving in their capacity on boards, are still bound by confidentiality of the board. So it is not their individual right to disclose any discussions that a board is having in closed session. So with you not serving on the police board, I'm going to ask you to thoughtfully reflect on the comments you're making and consider saying them in a different way.
Let me rephrase that then, and let me rephrase that more directly. What you just said makes a lot of sense, and it raises the question of why was this confidential, and was this properly raised in a closed meeting? And what would the remedy for that be? Now, if I understand the ombudsman's jurisdiction, any interested person, including a member of this council, including this council through resolution, or including any interested resident of Ontario, could test that open meeting issue. I, for one, really want to better understand why this was done in closed session and under what authority that was.
Councillor Stevenson, on a point of order.
I'm not understanding how this is relevant to the motion before us.
Well, I will admit, Councillor, I'm struggling with that too. The motion before us is with respect to providing some communication to our boards and commissions about spending decisions. We are not revisiting past ones. So, Councillor, we are not debating the contents of the letter from a member of the public. We're debating a motion from councillors on the floor. So again, please focus your comments on the motion that's on the floor.
I'm focusing, thank you very much, and I will try to do that. I'm focusing my comments on the entirety of this full incident, which is on the table right now. My feeling is, while I fully support the resolution that's on the table, I would be remiss if I did not at this point also say I think that there are some other issues that need to be considered. Now, if it's the case that since this is on the floor and we're dealing with the issue, we either have to bring it up or we can't bring it up later, that's one thing. But I think it's only in fairness for me to make these comments saying, I think that there's some other things that need to be looked at with respect to this motion. And given the time, and given the fact that people seem to be impatient about going into other areas here, I'm not right now going to seek to amend this motion to include other things, but I do think the public is entitled to a better explanation than what they've got, and I do intend to pursue this. Thank you.
Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. And I want to first thank the two councillors for bringing this forward, because I think it does give us an opportunity to speak to the concerns that we're hearing from the public. So I heard loud and clear that we basically do not have the teeth, I guess, to really do anything about this other than asking civic administration to work with our ABCs. But I would like to further ask questions about the motion itself. And my first question is really around the process that a civic administration has with the police services, for instance, through the budget process. So is it the same as all the ABCs that we work with the police service on their budget? I guess is my first question, just to understand this process.
Ms. Barbone.
Thank you, through the chair. So generally, we bring forward the report to launch the process, and that comes through council. There is a budget bylaw that council passed. I'm sorry, I can't remember exactly when off the top of my head, but that was within the last number of years. That does provide the guidelines and outlines that council sets the timelines and the form in which the budget will be provided to civic administration for inclusion as part of the budget process. So that applies to all of the boards and commissions, and ultimately, at the end of the day, the boards, independent, police, other ABCs that we have, all have a board approval process, and the board ultimately submits what they will put forward and as approval to be concluded as part of the budget. So that process is consistent across the board. With the strong mayor's legislation, that information then is accumulated, put all together, and the mayor ultimately decides what is put forward through the mayor's budget, which was released in part yesterday. So, and walked through this afternoon or this morning. So that information then is all accumulated in. So it's up to the mayor for inclusion as part of what is now put forward through the strong mayor's legislation. But everything that is submitted through civic administration is ultimately based on the budget bylaw that is approved by council, and that provides the board approval, and then that is what's submitted. But ultimately, what is actually included is the mayor's decision based on the new legislation.
Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, thank you for that. And if I can be a little bit more specific with my question, when it relates to this motion that's before us, will civic administration, how will they deal with this motion going forward with the ABCs and in particular with the police service?
Ms. Barbone.
Thank you, through the chair. So based on the way it reads currently and the way I interpret that is that we would provide this resolution to all of the boards and commissions and ask them to consider this as part of the development of their budgets and as part of their spending throughout the year. There is no way for civic administration to police this or to have a form that would identify, because I think it's certainly in terms of good faith, and obviously the board would be making decisions on spending and how those budgets are ultimately put forward. So certainly we would convey that information just like we convey all of the other decisions of council and process in terms of submissions, timelines, et cetera.
Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, and as a follow-up question to that, then, as it relates to our policies then with our ABCs, given that this has come forward as a concern that there was some potential lobbying, and the reason I'm going to use the word potential lobbying, because one of the challenges I'm having as a member of this council is that I really don't know if we were lobbied or not, and it would be really great to get that report. I heard from legal that we are able to do that as a council. Not sure. I would assume it would be through that budget process. I would like confirmation on that, or first of all, if I can have that question sort of addressed in when is the right time to ask for a redacted report. And then the second question I had was around, can we change our policies not to allow lobbying to happen? But I think we really need to understand if we were lobbied or not, and what is the, and get that report.
Ms. Paulette, I know you've answered this already. Can you repeat the process on a redacted report?
Thank you, and through the chair, I think the first step would be through Freedom of Information, because the Police Services Board would have to ensure that it complies with the Act before it discloses things. So that request would have to be made. That could be made by individual councillors. Potentially, a request could be made and the information shared within closed session as well.
Councillor?
Okay, thank you for that. And then the other question is, can we change our policies on, to strengthen the opportunity or not to be lobbied as we go through a budget process? And I would think this includes all our ABCs, but do we need policies there to firm up the, that this will not happen again if that is the case?
So I'm going to say what I just said about the redacted. Staff have already answered that we can send a resolution to our boards, but that we cannot actually direct their decision-making on how they spend their money. And I think before we get into a cycle of the same question being asked again, I'm going to point out to colleagues that in addition to the municipal funding, a number of our boards and commissions have revenue-generating funding. Purchase of service agreements, user fees, whether that's the Upper Thames River Conservation Authority, whether that's the Transit Commission, whether that's the Police Services Board. And there would be, this resolution speaks to municipal funding. There would be nothing in this resolution that would prohibit them from spending their revenue stream on a communications package either. So we keep asking the same question and the staff answer has not changed. We can ask, we cannot enforce. So I'm not going to entertain questions that the staff have answered already. I am going to go one time more to Ms. Dater-Spear to see if there's anything she would like to add. But colleagues, respectfully, I'm not going to ask staff to keep answering the same question.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I think it's fair to say that the governance for organizations sits with the governance of the organization. So that means that in as much as we can send this resolution forward with your direction to do so, ultimately the governance requirements are, I guess the activities that the agency takes sit with the board of that agency. And so that's the reality of how these are set. You asked about whether the policy can be applied to them. They have their own policies. You could ask them to develop a policy that says not to do that. You could direct us to ask them to do that, but ultimately it's their decision. They are a standalone organization with their own board.
Councillor?
Yeah, I really appreciate that information. I think as a member of a board, and I think we're all members of boards here, to our ABCs, we can really ask that question of our boards to take a look at our policies and to make sure that this doesn't happen again. So thank you.
Councillor Pelosa.
Thank you. I appreciate the sentiment of where this is coming from, realizing that a lot of the ABCs has a member council on it, but not all, like the London Arts Council and Eldon House and so forth. And I've just been Googling the difference of like, what's the difference of advocacy versus lobbying, direct lobbying, grassroots lobbying. I think there's a lot of gray area there. And to the Deputy Mayor's point that they paid for it, but define what pot of money paid for it, earned revenue, donations, council money. And I know that a lot of people's comments tonight have seemed to focus around the London Police, but LTC had ad space on their transit that they forewent revenue from and had ads up of come talk to us, lobby us. Other organizations put time and effort into mobilizing their contact list that they garnered for just general contact information that I'm sure people, when they signed up, wasn't expecting to go lobby city council. And that would have taken staff time away from frontline services that council very well might have funded and thought it was going there instead. So I was generally equally crispy across the board at some of just seeing the ways things were done, realizing there is ways to engage us. There is public participation meetings. To just use those ways for realizing London doesn't have a lobbyist registry that when they're engaging with us, that it's public and we know who's coming and who's paid for it, I think is fair questions. And that's things for us to take back to those ABCs that we serve on and drive those questions through a governance model there in our space. So I cannot support this tonight, but we'll be doing work on ABCs that I serve on. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Plaza. Councillor Lehman next.
Thank you. I'm going to follow kind of up on that train of thought. Communication in an organization is just as important as other departments, human resources, legal, business, general business, consultations, etc. Outside firms are brought in basically for two reasons. One is there's no expertise in-house, or two, it's a very project-driven specific thing that we're after. That at the end of the day, it's more efficient to just bring in an outside organization to either bring in the skill set or to bring it in because regular staff don't have the time. We're lobbied or have advocacy, as Budget Chair mentioned, all the time. When during the budget process, I heard from all our ABCs, either it was from management or it was from board members. And you know what? I appreciate that. That's an important part of the process, is because it allows me to have dialogue and learn information that I might not see have I not had that context. And we got to remember here, we do it ourselves. We're allowed in our city council budget to hire outside people to help us with our communication. So be careful what you wish for here, folks. You know, we can't do everything ourselves. Neither can all the boards. Many are volunteer boards. There's only so much time and there's only so much expertise. Do you want to go out and have, the library board have to hire a full-time communications consultant? The city, as big as it is, used a communications consultant just recently to explain our housing strategy. We use it when we're hiring people to help us on the HR front. Outside agencies are important, and so is advocacy, and you can call it lobbying. Lobbying has this bad connotation that somehow we're tricked into supporting something, that there's smoke and mirrors that communications firm is using to somehow buffalo you into a certain decision. Well, come on, folks, we're smarter than that. It's, we use it to get information that we need to properly make a decision process through budget processes and through other times when we vote on other things in our job. So I do not want to put those handcuffs on our boards and commissions going forward, because I need to continue to have them reach out to me in a professional way. If they need some help in designing whatever it is, some communication devices or talking points or what have you, by all means, go ahead if you don't have the expertise in-house, nor if no one on your board has the time or the expertise to do it. So I will not be supporting this.
Thank you, Councillor Lehman. Looking for any other speakers? Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you. I'm just going to quickly say I'm not going to support this. I feel as though it seems like this letter is just another way to continue to say the same things that certain councillors have been saying about a certain board. And, there's false assumptions in here. Even the way it's worded, it says that we're going to send this to our boards and commissions saying that they be directed to work in good faith.
Hold on, please. Councillor Rahman?
Thank you. Being one of the movers of the motion, one of the writers of the letter, I'd like the councillor to consider retracting her statement. This wasn't an effort to say the same things from two councillors.
Okay, I said it seemed that way. I
So
didn't say
she
it was.
did say it seems. She didn't say it was. She did refer to some, I think you said false assumptions. And I'm sorry if I misheard that, but if that is the case, I think that's a different point of order, because I think that that's, they're working on the information that they have. And if you feel that there's an assumption that's incorrect, I think you should identify that a specific assumption may not reflect that. Councillor Rahman, I think it's okay for her to say that it seems to her that it feels that way, but if you want to expand on why you're raising your point of order, because there was multiple things in that sentence, or those couple sentences there that, so I'm gonna go back to you to just give you an opportunity to explain a little further what you're asking to be changed in terms of how this is being addressed.
Thank you. It was the inference to me of assumptions being made around, when accusations around false assumptions being made. I think that the letter was clear in the intent for council to have a discussion here, not individual councillors bringing forward something out of any personal priorities or personal feelings on the matter.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. And I will say, Councillor Stevenson, I would agree that it wouldn't be appropriate to infer personal feelings from a councillor in terms of why they brought this forward. So I would ask you to phrase that in a different way, please.
Okay, thank you. I was more going from the conversation that we've had here this evening. But this is a motion that says it's going to our boards, all agencies, boards, and commissions, that they be directed to work in good faith in their interactions with the city. I personally don't need to say that to our boards and agencies and commissions. I believe that they do work in good faith in terms of the way they interact with us. And so, yeah, based on that, I'm not going to be supporting this.
Thank you. Other speakers? Councillor Rahman.
Thank you, and through you, I appreciate the opportunity to have this dialogue tonight. One of the things I considered when I saw this article come forward was, what if one of our other agencies, boards, and commissions had come forward with their request, having used $104,000 from their budget to be able to persuade members of council and the public, as has been stated, to support their budget business case. And so for me, the challenge was the inequity in the ability to use funds as well as the use of funds. So although all of our organizations, agencies, boards, and commissions are coming to us separately with different asks, it's, to me, the amount. Each of them have communications teams internal to them. Using internal staff and resources and the supports they have, I can understand it feels like almost somewhat of a more equal footing. But when we start to entertain the use of outside firms for this purpose, it does not level the playing field. And so this is part of the challenge. And with writing this, I read the comments in the media, and I support members of the Police Service Board who said, there wasn't anything clearly stating that this couldn't be done. So I think by setting a tone and a direction, we're saying going forward, this is how we appreciate to be communicated to. And I think that's okay, especially in light of, again, we're facing tough budget discussions as we were the last time in this update and further updates. So the opportunity to have a discussion where we don't feel that pressure, and going forward into the next multi-year budget, we're setting the tone for how these conversations should go forward. And I think that that's helpful, it's constructive, it's what I heard residents want to see. Ultimately, in some ways, it wouldn't even have mattered the amount because residents are really concerned with how we're spending every dollar right now. And so I do feel that this is an opportunity, again, to level set and to say this is where we see things going as we move forward, and this is the expectation. And if we don't set those expectations, if we don't bring these conversations back to our agencies, boards, and commissions, then I do think that perhaps we're not fully hearing what residents are saying to us, or at least, sorry, in the communication I received, what residents are saying to me, which is that they want to see their dollars used in a way that's responsible and to provide the services of which that money was intended.
Thank you, Councillor Rahman. I'm going to ask you to take the chair one more time, and I'm going to speak to this one, and then we'll see if there's anyone else. But at the moment, I don't have anyone on the speakers list, so I'll leave that to you to keep an eye for.
Thank you. Go ahead.
So I, too, am not going to support this, and I don't want to project on either councillor their intent. I'm simply going to share how I feel, which to me is that this is really a motion that maybe feels good, maybe has some virtue signaling to it from my perspective, but actually doesn't accomplish anything. And I look at the diversity of our boards and commissions to begin with. I mentioned in terms of the revenue generators, but Upper Thames, London Public Library, London Police Services, and Middlesex London Health Unit, just right off the top of my list, all have their own provincial acts involved in their existence. They don't exist just because we as a council decided to make one. Our BIAs, yes, they get a transfer from us, but the members pay the levy, and I'm not going to tell BIA members who are paying for their levy through their businesses that they shouldn't be allowed to create a communications package to lobbyists, not just on the budget, but on anything that they want to bring forward. We just talked at Planning Committee last cycle about the Argyle community improvement for Dundas Street. They've been doing outreach with businesses on that. I'm not going to tell them they can't spend money on that. I know the letter references Navigator. You know, Navigator does work for the safe consumption sites across Ontario too, because they're a legitimate communications firm, whether you like them or not. They're a communications firm. Councillor Lehman referenced, we've hired Sagecom to advertise our whole of community response. So this is a very broad motion that actually has no teeth at the end of the day, because we cannot direct. In many cases, some of these boards and commissions we should not direct. And I'm going to say, you know, very bluntly, I never met with Navigator. They didn't lobby me. They may have provided communication packages to go out and meet with the public for police services representatives, but they didn't meet with me. And I wasn't influenced by that. I was influenced by the fact that I sat down with our chief of police, just like I sat down with our CEO and Mr. McCall from the London Public Library Board, just like I sat down with Mr. Collier from the London Transit Commission. I met with folks from multiple boards and commissions leading up to the budget to hear from them about their budget pitches, because I think that's my job as a councillor, to listen to those representatives from those boards. You know, I personally did not find the LTC foregoing ad revenue and putting ads on their buses to be particularly tasteful, but they did it. London Police don't have the ability to put posters on the side of their police cars while they're driving around. They have to take a different approach to how they're reaching out to us. They don't have 15 branches across the city like the London Public Library does to put up information flyers that people can read on the bulletin boards. So again, they had to take a different approach. Our boards and commissions do different things, and they have different jobs and they have different roles. But ultimately, they're overseen by their own board of governors or board of directors, and we've put those people there. And I think we've put some pretty smart people on quite a number of those boards. And I don't agree with them on everything they do. In fact, there's members of some boards I've never agreed with on an issue, but we still put them there for a reason, because they're dedicated to their community, they're smart, they're compassionate, and they're trying to do the best for London, just like we are here. So I'm not gonna support this. This to me is just one of those ones. And I gotta say too, I wanna add one other thing. I've heard many people from the community, councillors are feeling they're being communicated with. And I just wanna say my own experience is quite the opposite. It's all the same players that I've heard from in every budget cycle since the day I arrived at City Hall, who are, for lack of a better label, defund the police advocates. It's the same people. And I hear from them every year, don't support the police budget. And it's been no different this year. I haven't heard from a lot of other people, and the few residents that did bother to ask do think it's better to hire a communications firm to do a project and be done with it and move on than to have a full-time salaried staff person at, you know, 150 plus a year when you throw in benefits and pension and all that stuff, than it is to do a contract and then let the professionals move on to a different contract. So I've had those discussions with my residents. I think that they've been satisfied by those. And so that's why I won't be supporting this.
Thank you. I will return the chair to you with Mayor Morgan on the list.
And I'll go to Mayor Morgan then.
Thank you. So first off, to the councillors who brought forward the letter, I want to say thanks. I heard Councillor Rahman say wanted to spark a discussion on this topic, and I think that that's a healthy thing to do in council chambers. On the actual, some of the commentary that's been made and on the actual motion, part of the challenge that I have with some of the wording in the motion is prohibiting lobby efforts or communication materials that solicit engagement with the municipal council. Now, I actually want lots of engagement with the municipal council, particularly from the budget process, and whether that's through ads that an organization wants to purchase, or whether that's through utilizing your network to have people show up in the gallery to say, we want you to speak on our issue, whether that's, you know, the Arts Council or the library or the Grand Theater or the Police Board or the Transit Commission, or anybody else who had an active campaign to try to convince us on why there were merits to their budget. I think that's a great thing. And all that can be defined as lobbying. We get lobbied every day on everything. In fact, everybody's sending me out to go lobby the provincial government. Lobbying happens every day, right? So what I want to see is if we have a desire to be communicated with in a certain way, like if we want to say to the boards and commissions, hey, it's our preference not for you to go out and get all your members to mass email us, like come before us as a board or a board chair and share directly with us. If that's what we desire in a budget process, you know, let's just tell them that and say, you know, come before us and let's have a conversation about your budget. I think, you know, sending something like this out now to all the boards and commissions at the start of this budget process, I want to tell you from my engagements with the boards and commissions, all of the ones that I've engaged with, I feel like we're in a very collaborative spot right now where people are trying to execute on council's strategic plan on the envelopes outlined in the multi-year budget and are looking to listen to us about our tax pressures, which is why you saw multiple boards, including two of the ones that were referenced today as us having a challenge with how they spent money, returning sums that were far greater than what they spent, whether the Transit Commission and the police. You know, everybody feels like they're working on the same page. On the police, I'll mention specifically, we just had a delegation at the board from Deputy Mayor Lewis and Councillor Pelosa, which felt super collaborative, and the board fully embraced what they were sent on behalf of Municipal Council to have us look into on reserve funds. Said, for sure, we'll take a look into that and have our staff report back on adjustments to those targets. You know, I think we're in a pretty collaborative place with our boards and commissions right now, and so I worry about the expansiveness of this motion to say, you know, I actually want people to solicit, I actually want them to go and have them encourage people to solicit engagement with us. I actually want to know what people are thinking leading into a budget process, and I have no problem with them using their networks or their organizations or their connections or their board members or their board members' friends to come out and say, we think that this is an important service and you should invest in it. And that's probably going to happen through this budget process. We're probably going to have a PPM where agencies, boards, and commissions, if they think that we're going to make a cut to something that they have, or they think that there's something else that we should be doing beyond what's in there, you know, they're probably going to come and actively engage with us through the process. So having listened to the discussion, I think there has been great merit in the discussion. I think all of the boards and all of the leadership in them will have heard and see the news stories on this, and will have gotten the message that we're looking to be communicated with in a slightly different way than maybe has been in the past. And I think that they're certainly respecting that, and I think operating that way in this budget process. But there's no way I want to send the signal that I don't want them to have their supporters come out and tell us that we should be supporting their organizations or their budgets. And all of that, for me, is internalized into what decisions we need to make as a council in conjunction with our staff's advice, and frankly, the opinions of all of you. Being mayor of the city, your opinions in all of your wards and what you're hearing from your constituents directly, I actually take that input as well into the decision-making that I need to make when I cast votes in this chamber and in this process. So I don't think I'm going to support the motion because of the last piece of it, but I certainly value the discussion that was said here today, and I just wanted to emphasize that I feel like we're in a really good place with a number of our boards and commissions right now entering this annual budget update to carve out a very collaborative process and executing on all the things that Londoners need over the next little while, and I look forward to the process ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. Councillor Frank.
Thank you, yes. And just reading the tea leaves, I don't think this will pass. So I just wanted to share some of my final thoughts in general as a councillor just towards the agencies, boards and commissions. I'm also looking to be communicated with, but please don't spend $100,000 to do it and use your existing resources. Thank you.
That was well within the time you had left, Councillor. Thank you. Any other speakers before we call the vote? Seeing none, then I'm going to ask the clerk to open the vote.
Closing the vote, motion fails 5-10.
Thank you, colleagues. Moving on, our next item, 4.4, is the 10th report of the Diversity, Inclusion, and Anti-Oppression Community Advisory Committee. I'm going to look to see if there is a mover and seconder for the recommendations in the report. This is the recommendations for the 2024 awards. Councillor Lehman's moving, seconded by Councillor Cuddy. And we'll look for any discussion. I see none, so we will ask the clerk to open the vote.
Closing the vote, motion carries 15-0.
You colleagues, moving on, item 4.5 is the appointment preferences submitted by council members for the standing committees for the upcoming year. As I indicated in my communication to all of council through the clerk's office yesterday, the mayor has, as strong mayor powers do, appointed the chairs and vice chairs of the standing committees. So I will just remind colleagues, Planning and Environment Committee is Councillor Lehman will chair. I will be the vice chair. Infrastructure and Corporate Services Committee, this is our new committee that arose out of a committee realignment. Councillor Rahman will be the chair. Councillor Frank has been appointed the vice chair. And at Community and Protective Services, Councillor Ferreira has been reappointed as the chair, and Councillor McAllister has been appointed as the vice chair. That means each of the three standing committees has 3 spots open for members of council. In your package, there was the preferred list of appointments based on the rankings that you all submitted individually to the clerk's office. So with that, we need to move on to the planning committee first, as was outlined in your package. And we have 3 slots available. We have 4 councillors. who had expressed interest in this as their first preference. That is Councillor Hillier, Cuddy, Stevenson, and Pelosa. I'm going to start by looking to see if you all wish to leave your name in to remain standing for that committee. I'm seeing nods from everyone and thumbs up and a nod from Councillor Hillier online. So we do have to have a vote on this. There are 4 candidates and there are 3 spots available. So, Councillor Pelosa?
Are we allowed to make a little bit of a pitch of why?
I was just about to say, before we go to the vote, any councillor, and I will come to you next, Councillor Trussow, any councillor who wishes to have an opportunity to briefly express why they want to be on the committee will be able to do so. But I did have a point of order from Councillor Trussow, so I will go to him. And then I will look to any of the 4 members who have put their name forward to see if they wish to speak. Councillor Trussow, on your point of order.
Are we not permitted to vote for a counselor who expressed the committee preference as their second choice?
So it's been our past practice, Councillor, that when there are councillors who ranked the committee lower and there are already enough people who have ranked it first, that we have gone with the first place rankings. However, if another councillor wishes to put their name forward, now's the time to indicate that. Councillor Hillier, did you have a question?
I was just going to make my pitch.
Okay, well, we are at pitch point for Planning Committee, so we will start with you, Councillor Hillier.
Thank you. I'm hoping my colleagues will see fit to put me back on planning. I believe my education in the past is related to this, and my years on planning gives me the history for the addresses we're all concerned with every day. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hillier. Looking for other councillors who wish to speak to their desire to serve on Planning Committee. Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you. I'll make mine quick as well. I did complete the AMO planning courses, the beginner and the advanced. I do have a lot of developments coming in my ward in Old East Village, along Oxford Street, and along Highbury, and I would like the opportunity to be on planning this year, so I'm asking for your support.
Anyone else? Councillor Pelosa.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I find myself at the meetings now anyways, as there's so many developments coming to South London, which is wonderful. So looking to understand the process a little bit more as we go through it. I'll also note that after 6 years on council, I've been on everything else and have chaired or vice chaired basically everything else. So why not get out and enjoy PEC, you know, all its wonderfulness. So I would really like your support as it's something that would finish helping round out my knowledge on council.
Thank you, Councillor Pelosa. And we will finish with Councillor Cuddy.
Thank you, Chair. And through you, I've attended most of the planning committees this year, and I think I've learned a great deal from them. And I think I could bring my experience as a business person to committee. So thank you.
Thank you. And hearing Mr. Wallace's laugh in the gallery, if anyone wants to withdraw their name, now's the time. Otherwise, we are going to get the clerk to open the vote for Planning Committee. Okay, I'm going to ask the clerk to open the vote.
So the votes concluded, the elections concluded with Councillor Pelosa, 12 votes, Councillor Cuddy, 14 votes, Councillor Hilliard, 10 votes, and Councillor Stevenson, 8 votes. Putting forward 3 names for appointment to the Planning and Environment Committee will be Councillor Pelosa, Cuddy, and Hilliard.
And unless colleagues wish to deal with this individually, my intent is to look for a motion to approve all of the appointments of the committees at the end in one slate. Moving on, the next committee is the Infrastructure and Corporate Services Committee. I'm sure this will be a fun year because this is a new committee, and we have Councillor Rahman as the chair, Councillor Frank as the vice chair, and we had 3 other councillors, Hopkins, Pribble, and Van Meerbergen, express this committee as their first choice. So unless another councillor wants to put their name forward, I would just suggest that those 3 complete our slate, and we do not need to have an election. And again, we'll just move those at the end for all 3 committees. Seeing no objections, that will be our Infrastructure and Corporate Services Committee. And then our final committee is Community and Protective Services Committee. Councillor Ferreira is the chair, Councillor McAllister is the vice chair. Councillor Trussow has indicated this would be his first preference. Councillor Pribble has indicated this would be his second preference. I would note that Councillor Pribble, that will mean you'd be sitting on 2 committees. And I note that Councillor Stevenson, you had this as your third, but I know you don't have a committee yet, so I'm gonna look first to you to see if you want to put your name forward for corporate or community and protective services.
Do I have an option not to because I'm not on another standing committee other than audit?
I suppose any councillor could choose not to put their name forward.
I'm going to choose not to then.
Councillor Pribble, you would be serving on 2 committees.
He shows up anyway to everything.
Are you?
It will be my pleasure to serve on this committee and 500,000 of Londoners. Thank you.
Okay, so we have 1 vacancy still on this committee. We can't move forward without a full slate, so it'll be a long night while we wait until somebody puts their name forward. Councillor Pelosa.
Procedurally, can we just leave that open for colleagues to consider and put their name forward for council, realizing they might need to check their schedule and check meeting times as we move forward?
The clerk needs to reference. So the council policies and procedure bylaw says the committee shall be 5. So we do not have a committee until we have a 5th member.
Mr. Chair,
Councillor Pelosa.
if this is procedurally where we're at, is it in order to remove, I guess I can't do referral, and we deal with it at council instead of the next SPPC? I appreciate the stalemate and us holding out, but
Can I ask you to hold that thought? The clerk's looking up something else. So the committee is not recessed or adjourned, so I'm going to ask people to maintain decorum and order, please. Okay. Appreciate your patience while the clerks reviewed several different subsections. What I'm going to share is that we can approve the two committees we've constituted tonight. We can refer the constitution of the Community and Protective Services Committee to council. However, without 5 members, that committee will not meet again until that vacancy is filled, or until, under strong mayor powers, the mayor dissolves the committee and assigns his tasks to the existing committees. So there are potentially a couple of paths here from a clerking perspective, but until there are, under the current composition, until there are 5 members, there is no Community and Protective Services Committee, so the business of that committee would not move forward. You can refer, however, the decision tonight to council, and we can leave that decision point into council. So I'm in your hands, Councillor Rahman.
Thank you. If we were to move forward with that, would it be possible to get more information? Because I can't remember from our committee selection process so far to date, whether or not where everybody sat so far. Because part of this is it has to do with the rotation.
Yes, so, but there's also no obligation for councillors to rotate. Looking through the policies. So while there's certainly more information, there's time for people to consider. If you refer this to council, individual counselors can ask questions of staff. But really, the only way forward tonight is to approve the 2 committees that have been constituted and refer the 3rd to council at this point in time. Councillor Trossow?
Well, thank you very much. I thought I was going to have to campaign to get back on the committee because the first time it was very competitive. I really want to be on this committee. I want to just make the statement that we have a quorum of the committee, even with the missing members. And if there's really a technical reason why we can't continue meeting, even though we have a quorum, then I guess I would ask, would it be proper for the mayor to just exercise his powers and say, notwithstanding that, this quorum will carry on until such time as the committee can be done and filled? Because I don't really think it's a great idea to suspend this committee, given some of the things that we have coming up.
Bear with me, Councillor. The clerks are just looking up something else. And I should say that the current Community and Protective Services Committee does sit one more time before the end of this calendar year. So there is one more meeting scheduled for the existing committee. Again, please be patient though. Okay. Additional information. First of all, Councillor Stevenson, you mentioned audit committee. I'm going to read to you from the council procedure and policy bylaw, well, not to you, to all of council. Standing committees are defined as one or more of the following committees: Community and Protective Services, Planning and Environment Committee, Strategic Priorities and Policy Committee, and the Infrastructure and Corporate Services Committee. Audit Committee is not defined as a standing committee. Yes, SPPC is. It also, under section 24.3 of the procedure bylaw, says service, every member shall serve on standing committees such that all positions are filled. So we have some interpretations of the bylaw here that need to be given some more thought and consideration. So I'm going to suggest at this time that, unless colleagues want to sit here until midnight and have another motion to extend, that we that the only option forward right now is to approve the 2 slates that have been approved and refer Community and Protective Services Committee to council for further discussion. And Councillor Pelosi, you're prepared to move that? Is there a seconder for that?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Councillor Cuddy. So, and as I mentioned in conversation with the clerk, the mayor also has the ability to change the composition of committees under strong mayor powers. And there will be some further, if necessary, further discussion with the mayor about what those strong mayor powers entail for how he composes committees. So we have a moved and seconded motion to approve the 2 slates for planning and environment and for infrastructure and corporate services committees. And that motion is going to be an e-scribe. It also includes the referral of the Community and Protective Services Committee member appointments to the November 5th meeting of Municipal Council. So we'll get that in e-scribe and we'll open that vote.
Motion carries 15-0.
Thank you, colleagues.Moving on to item 5, which is deferred matters and additional business. There is a matter of additional business. Councillor Cuddy and I communicated to colleagues that because of the restructuring of the standing committees, that the previous calendar that was circulated needs to be updated. As colleagues will recall during the discussion on the changing of the standing committees, one of the hoped for outcomes would be that the clerks could incorporate a couple of additional meeting-free constituency weeks. So in respect to that and the fact that the calendar needs to be changed anyway, the clerks need some direction. The motion is an e-scribe. This will allow them to bring forward a calendar to us, I believe, in the next cycle of SPPC. I'm just going to check with the clerks to confirm. Yes, so one cycle from now, we'll have the draft calendar back for council's approval or any alterations. So that was all included in the communication. Since I'm chairing, Councillor Cuddy, are you willing to move that? Okay, so that's been moved, and I need a seconder. Seconded by Councillor Pelosi. Looking for any discussion on this. Councillor Hopkins?
Yes, this is my first time reading this, so forgive me, but I got a question. A constituency week, what is that? I'm just not that familiar with it.
It's simply the term that has been used during the discussion to refer to a week that no standing committees are scheduled, so that colleagues can focus on their constituency work or whatever else that they may have to do.
And if extra meetings are needed, would this week be excluded?
We'll go to the clerks for a response on that. I think that's probably the answer is not necessarily if an emergency meeting needed to be called, but we'll go to the clerks for confirmation.
Through the chair, that's correct. If there was an emergency meeting, we might look at that week.
Councillor Hopkins, you're good with that? Any other discussion? Seeing none, then I will ask the clerk to open the vote on that.
Closing the vote, motion carries 15-0.
Thank you, colleagues. We now have one item to deal with in confidential session. So we will ask our guests in the gallery to leave. We will have our staff who are not part of the in-camera discussion to leave. When we return to the public session, there will just be a brief report out, and then we will look for a motion to adjourn. So there's nothing exciting to stick around and come back for when we come out of closed session.
Mr.
So
Chair.
looking for, and we'll get the clerk to open the vote on that in just a moment.
I'm in favor. I logged out.
Closing the vote, motion carries 15-0.
Colleagues, welcome back to open session. I will turn to Vice Chair Rahman to report out.
Thank you. I'm happy to report that progress was made for the items we went in camera for.
Thank you, Vice Chair Rahman. That completes our agenda this evening. I am looking for a motion to adjourn. Does anyone want to adjourn? Oh, Councillor Frank, and seconded by Councillor Trussell. All those in favor by hand?
That motion carries.
And thank you, staff, for your patience with us tonight as we work through some fairly complicated agenda items.